Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, erase all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll fly.
Welcome to IZEAFest 2015. Yeah, big round of applause, big round of applause. I am Veronique. I will be your vocal and physical guide for the next 2 days at IZEAFest. We're so happy to see you guys here. This has been a long time in the making. So let's, really quickly, I want everybody to do me a big favor. Reach up with your hand, please. I just want to get a quick, yeah, that's a lot of hands, great. We're going to stretch, just stretch it, like you want to give me a high five, like you're like, yeah, it's high five. And then go ahead and bend at the elbow. Just give yourselves a pat on the back, because I saw a lot of people outside at like 2 a.m. and you're here at 9 in the morning. That is amazing. Quick update on the agenda. Sessions will be all day here on this stage, so do not wander too far. Lunch is at 11:45. Be sure to be back here at 1. And do not forget about the party at Disney tonight. Do not lose, yeah, that's a whoop. Do not lose the ticket that you received upon registration, and you will need your badge for it. You will need your credentials for it. You will not be able to get in with just your credentials or just the ticket. You need both. The agenda is available, as always, on the IZEAFest mobile site, as well as the daily email that you should have received. First and foremost, we want to thank our sponsors, supporters, and partners. These companies and organizations have been instrumental in getting all of you here today, and we're grateful for their commitment to supporting IZEA and the event. Big round of applause. Who doesn't love a sponsor? To get the day started, we have an amazing giveaway from Pfister, one of our sponsors. And when you think Pfister, you probably think faucets, but the prize that we're giving away this morning is no ordinary faucet.
Water, scientifically known as Wawa. Most water we drink comes from one of these, your faucet. Or, as it's scientifically known, your indoor water hose. The water from a typical indoor water hose can carry millions of harmful contaminants. Gunk, germies, or as they're known in the scientific community, tiny little jobbies. Imagine all those little jobbies in a single glass of water that you are actually about to drink. In one scientific term, grody. Introducing Extract Filter Mode from Pfister, the better jobby-reducing water filtration technology. Engage the Extract Mode and treat yourself to a glass of clean, jobbyless water. It's that simple. Other brands use single-stage filters, which leave behind what scientists refer to as a whole boatload of gunk. The advanced Pfister Extract Mode features GE's 2x high-flow filtration system, scientifically tested to remove like 1 kabillion times more of those little jobbies, twice as quickly as single-stage filters, compared to grapefruit-size faucet add-ons and heavy water jugs. Extract is more convenient and more awesome. For the purest, cleanest, most refreshing water available, the choice is clear. Part faucet, part filter. The new Clarify faucet from Pfister. Visit us on the internet, or as it's scientifically known, Computer Town.
Computer Town. Did you guys see the man trying to lift the water thing? That was the weakest man in history, probably. All right, so we're going to go ahead and give away 3 of these amazing Pfister Clarify faucets with the Extract technology that you just saw. This is my lovely assistant, Danielle. She's going to be helping. Look at your badges. You do have numbers on those badges. I will call numbers, and you will raise your hand and be a winner, like you are. Okay, first number is 2073. 2073, where are you? Raise your hand so you can win. You do have to be here to claim your prize, so if you ain't here, you ain't win. Next number, 2099. 209, no, that song's old. Anyone? 2099, really? Party too hard, y'all. Y'all party too hard. All right, 1927. That's a good number, 1927. All right, Danielle, you're beautiful, I love you, but we're gonna do this a different way. Screw these numbers. We're gonna go Oprah style. So, the person in the 6th row, 8 people over, you win a Pfister faucet. Count it out. I'm not doing the math. You guys count it. 6th row, 8 over. In this row, the first person in the 5th row, you win a Pfister faucet. Who is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. You, young lady, raise your hand. You're a winner. Yes. It pays to come to IZEAFest. And you know what? I love your glasses. You're a winner. Raise your hand. My lovely IZEA employees will come seek you out. Keep your hand raised so we can seek you out, please. Big round of applause for Pfister. The future is here with Pfister faucets. Yeah, a lot of clapping. A great way to start the day, right? So tell me, you can obviously tell I am excited, you know, because of the caffeine and whatnot. Did anyone get some Red Bull outside? Raise your hands for Red Bull. Yes, good. You feel that Red Bull running through your veins? I know I do. Oh, by the way, make sure to tag all of your tweets, Facebook updates, Instagram posts, anything you do with hashtag IZEAFest. Feel free to tag me too so my mom knows that I did something with my college degree and then I don't just work in computers. All right, let's actually take a look at some of these awesome images from last night. Big, big shout out to Alexa Rose Carlin. That's a classic. Yeah, is that you? Are you doing this right now? God, you're so skilled. Am I in it? This is the worst up angle, girl. You gotta warn a person. All right, how about AIG Orlando? Y'all, you guys got a picture with fiction. That is awesome. Good for you. That man can move. Let's see, where else we're going? Oh, Ben Spark. Ben has been part of our IZEA family for many, many years. Ben, where are you? So happy to see you. 2nd row. Welcome back. And then last, Machismo, hanging out at our Mercury event, one of our sponsors. Big round of applause to you guys. Please keep that content going. Please hashtag IZEAFest. And now, everyone is pumped, and I want to get this going on a really good note. So allow me to introduce to you my favorite and yours. Here it is, fiction.
it wobble to the flow? Do it shine in the light? Is it platinum? Is it gold?
It's awesome. Thank you. Good job. So you guys know I was going to do that part, but then he was like, I'll do it. I was like, yeah, because I'm in heels, so that makes sense. You can do it, Fiction. Big round of applause for Fiction, you guys. Amazing, right? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, all you beautiful people, I would like to introduce you to IZEA's founder, chairman, and CEO, Mr. Ted Murphy.
Yeah, people! Woo! All right! Boom!
There you go.
Good morning! How's everybody doing today? All right. Wow! That was Fiction. You may know Fiction from the television show So You Think You Can Dance. He was a season 10 winner. Do you guys know that? Yeah? Or maybe you don't watch television. Chances are it's actually more likely that you know him from this video on YouTube or this video on Facebook. With over 127 million views and counting, Fiction has touched more lives through social media than he ever could through television. It's amazing to think about the radical transformation that has happened over just a few short years. From news to entertainment, a world that was once dominated by big corporations and huge production budgets has been turned upside down. From the Arab Spring to the Ice Bucket Challenge, the Great Twinkie Gate of 2012 to exploding kittens. The way in which content is created, consumed, and shared has changed. Never in the history of the world have messages from ordinary people been able to travel so fast and so far. The power has shifted. From the corporate media titans and the publishers to the people in this room. The moms, the dads, the fashionistas, the beauties, the geeks, the creators. You have the power in your pocket to topple a government, help find a cure, or send products flying off the shelf. You are the artists, the musicians, the explorers, the storytellers, followed by millions, coveted by brands, inspiring, entertaining, and educating us all. You are the new media, and you are why we are here today. Together, we are building the creator economy, a new economy where people can follow their heart and monetize their passion, As a creator myself, I have never been more excited to be part of this movement. I'm so optimistic about our future together, and it's so exciting to have all you guys here together in this room. Before we dive too deep into the content today, I want to give thanks to everyone. Our creators, our brand and agency partners, our investors, and of course, our IZEA team members. And for those of you that are new to IZEA, welcome to the family. Big hug. Big hug. We have an incredible lineup of speakers for you over the next 2 days. From major brands to YouTube stars, daddy bloggers to best-selling authors, this is a celebration of content, creativity, and influence. I'm thrilled to be kicking off this event, and I'm honored to serve as CEO of IZEA. Nine years ago, this company was born, and I had brown hair. In June of 2006, we released the first online marketplace that paid bloggers to connect with brands. And let's just say it didn't go over so well. The industry attacked. They called me an idiot. They said I was evil.
Who here knows what paper post is? Hardly anybody here knows what paper post is.
The video we saw earlier today from Paper Post, I found to be appalling. They motivated a mom to turn her kids into shills.
I feel like I've been tricked. It's a corrosive influence. It's corrupting. It makes the internet worse, not better.
He is the most evil person in this.
That's just rude. That's just being arrogant and kind of an ass.
They said it would never work. They called sponsored social unethical. But over time, things changed. The industry evolved. We created a framework for the space. We helped craft guidelines with the FTC for ethical social sponsorships. We evangelized sponsored social with brands, creators, and agencies. We pushed on despite all the naysayers and opponents. In 2009, Forrester recognized that a new industry had been born. In 2010, Gawker said that the majority of their revenue would come from sponsored posts within 3 to 4 years. In 2011, Forbes, once a critic, began to offer sponsored posts on their site. In 2013, the AP did their first sponsored tweet. Fast forward to today, and virtually all major publications offer some form of sponsored social. Even the people that were the early critics now do sponsored posts. It wasn't easy being first, but it was totally worth it. From sponsored blog posts to sponsored photos to sponsored streams, I am proud to say that together we have created more than a company. We have created an industry. An industry that lives between 4 multi-billion-dollar sectors of marketing: online advertising, sponsorships, public relations, and content. An approach that ranks among the top 3 in effectiveness by marketers, beating out display ads, television, radio, and newspaper. And more importantly, is highest rated in effectiveness by social media consumers ages 18 to 70. That is why sponsored social is embraced by the world's top brands and creators ranging from celebrities and Periscope stars to mommy bloggers and college students. In 2014, we launched IZEAX, the first exchange in the sponsored social space. And since that time, we have been iterating, testing, expanding, and refining the platform. We continue to invest in technology, and we are committed to ongoing innovation for our ecosystem. Today is a very special day. Our little baby, IZEAX, is turning 1. 1.0 to be exact. And with this birthday comes a slew of new product announcements, all aimed at helping creators, marketers, and partners that we serve. We often get requests for data and tools that aren't currently available in IZEAX. With that in mind, we set out to create a new area of the site dedicated to automating tasks, surfacing insights, and helping inform decisions of creators and marketers. We call this new feature set IZEA Tools, and I'm going to share the first of these tools with you today. Understanding the social reach of content can be difficult. Our customers often have the need to track paid, owned, earned, and even competitive content. Whether you are a creator or a marketer in IZEAX, Share Monitor lets you do just that. Share Monitor enables you to create groups of URLs to track sharing of any piece of public content. You can track content from your own site or a competitor's site. From blogs to tweets, you can see how many posts have been made and if the topics are trending. Our system will check for share counts on a daily basis and provide trending information over time. We report this information both individually and in aggregate. No more manual checks, no more spreadsheets. And if you've ever had to put together a deck for a client or your boss, you know how time-consuming it can be to grab images and highlight certain content. So in addition to share counts, we automatically grab a screenshot of each piece of content and provide that screen both as a crop version for presentations and a full-size version for archival. But we didn't stop there. Not only does Share Monitor make it easy to do this on a one-off basis, it also generates gorgeous PDF reports that can be shared with clients and colleagues. For marketers, IZEAX creates a Share Monitor for every campaign that you do in our system. This makes it easy to match the monitoring of paid, owned, and earned media. Share Monitor takes the hassle out of measuring social shares, and it is available today for all IZEAX users. Hashtag tracking, hashtag awesome. Hashtag tracking and search have become an integral part of the social marketer's toolkit. Creators and brands often use search tools directly in platforms to research content, understand, and track success. However, these search tools are enterprise social listening platforms out there, but they also have an enterprise price tag that come along with them. These systems do a lot of things, but they certainly aren't in the budget for a creator. And they're not in the budget for a brand who would rather be investing those dollars in proactively building relationships with creators. So today we are introducing social search. Social search is the easiest way to query and get meaningful data directly from the Twitter fire hose without getting hosed on cost. Social search lets you create groups of hashtags and keywords. We provide a simple interface to build complex queries to discover the things that are meaningful to you. Social search quickly generates reports using all the data available through the Twitter fire hose, helping both marketers and creators get an overview of any topic. Social search provides IZEAX users with geo information, tweet volume, retweet activity, volume of tweets by verified Twitter users, tweets containing links to external sites, and volumes of tweets with media, such as photos or videos. It also provides the top domains that tweets are pointing to and specific links most referenced by tweeters discussing your search terms. Social search automatically identifies top content, making it easy to discover the influencers and related media for any search query. Instead of spending thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars per year on licensing fees, we would rather our marketers invest their dollars in working with creators and building their brand. So in addition to Twitter Firehose access, we will be adding more data sources from third parties and direct providers to augment these search tools as time goes on. Social search for Twitter is available today for both marketers and creators. IZEA was the first company to create a sponsored social marketplace. And we were also the first company to provide analytics on sponsored social campaigns. Today, we are announcing our most comprehensive suite of sponsorship analytics to date. And I can't wait to share them with you. We start with the Opportunity Dashboard. We have revamped the interface for marketers, making it cleaner, faster, and easier to use. And we were pretty happy with our progress here. But in listening to our clients, we realized that you wanted more. You wanted a multi-channel campaign dashboard that would roll up your opportunities into a single interface. So today, we are introducing campaign-level analytics. Now you can see paid and earned opportunities across multiple platforms and opportunity types, all from a single dashboard. Through the dashboard, we provide an overview of campaign performance. This includes data and measurement regarding content creation, engagement by social media platform, traditional media metrics with industry benchmark comparisons based on IZEA's proprietary data, along with top-performing content per platform. This is the most comprehensive integrated dashboard in the space. But what I am most excited about is total social value. Now, many companies have tried to calculate the earned media reach of organic shares. But unfortunately, the approach used industry-wide is deeply flawed. And this is largely because the industry simply lacks the data to make an informed valuation. The standard approach is to assign an arbitrary number for a cost or for a post or a share, independent of who shared that content or what the actual market is for paid content at that point in time. With data from over 3.5 million transactions, IZEA sits on top of the most comprehensive data set in the industry. We know the value of a post varies greatly, and that multiple data points impact the value. We also know that the market fluctuates over time, so assigning an arbitrary fixed fee or arbitrary fixed number is simply not accurate. Any marketer would agree that a retweet from Neil Patrick Harris is worth more than a retweet from Patrick Harris. Yet, industry practice is to assign the same value to both of these actions based on some number. And it's usually an average that is derived from a very small data set, an uninformed data set. But as we see here, averages change. This is actual data from IZEA marketplaces. And we are the only company with literally millions of sponsored social transactions to measure. As you can see here, the average cost per tweet by an advertiser has gone from $2.37 to $53 since 2010. But we also have to remember that this includes a wide range of creators. Some of them are very small, and some of them are A-list celebrities. So instead of saying a retweet is worth $1.25, like this actual research report from an influencer agency, we use an algorithm based on our proprietary transaction data. And we identify who actually shared the content when that information is available. The result is an earned media value that is reflective of actual marketplace transactions, taking into account the data we know to be true at any point in time. We believe that this is the most accurate representation of earned social media value in the industry, and it is the only measurement that is based on dynamic marketplace data and individual creator identity. Total social value is available to marketers starting today as part of the new campaign dashboard. IZEA's core business is facilitating transactions between creators and brands. We're constantly trying to make transactions faster, easier, and more informed for both parties. And at the center of that decision-making process is data. As you can already see, we're putting a bigger emphasis on data moving forward. And it's going to play a more increasingly important role in IZEAX moving forward. Data about creators is important to advertisers. And we've looked at companies that have assigned influencers a single score in an attempt to provide some insight. However, these scores do not mean that a person will participate in a social sponsorship. And that makes those scores a lot less relevant to our community. On top of that, the assignment of a single influence score does not provide the level of detail a marketer needs to make an informed sponsorship decision. Yes, someone can be influential, but that influence varies on platform. And the influence on that platform varies based on communities of interest. For instance, someone could be big on Instagram, but small on YouTube. They may create content about fashion, but not food. A single score for an individual can't tell you that. It doesn't inform the marketer about who they might want to consider for, let's say, an Instagram campaign about dancing. And we want to make that easier. So today we are introducing the IZEA Score Suite. The IZEA Score Suite comprises of 3 elements which have never been available to our community before. Each score is based on a 1 to 100 scale. Influence rank, or in rank, is a score for a publisher or individual taking into account all the platforms that they have attached to IZEAX. Platform rank narrows the lens, helping marketers look at performance for each individual social media platform. And community rank further refines that lens by categorizing and scoring each piece of content published to that platform. For Holly, she has an in rank of 88, a platform rank of 93 on Instagram, and a community rank of 88 for sports on Instagram. Community rank also automatically discovered that she gets engagements on posts about food, celebrity, and DIY projects. We are identifying topical communities based on over 3 million vertically aligned keywords and phrases. And our platform is currently ingesting and analyzing 11 million pieces of content a day. We're comparing all of our creators to help marketers make more informed sponsorship decisions. The IZEA Score Suite algorithm is based on a fundamental belief that engagement, not raw followers or traffic, rules. And that, and that marketers want to work with creators that produce high quality content that people share and care about. The public beta of the IZEA Score Suite is available today, and it's initially being released with support for Twitter and Instagram. We're using machine learning to make it smarter and more accurate over time. Now we're going to move on to search. Search is one of the most powerful and useful tools inside of IZEAx. With our existing platform search, marketers can scour our database of social connections to find the right social account for their opportunity. And today, we have made platform search even more powerful. We have revamped the interface, added new filters, and refined the user experience to make it more responsive and useful for marketers. Not only is platform search more powerful, but we have enhanced and enriched the social profiles that search results link to. This provides marketers with more useful information, including data from the IZEA Score Suite, refined content feeds, and updated charts. And for the first time, creators can access their full IZEAx profile. Now creators can see exactly what marketers see and enhance their profile to make it even more appealing. In addition, we are pleased to announce public profiles. Now marketers can share a creator profile with a colleague or client without that person needing an IZEAx account to see the page. Every creator gets a standard public profile, and we have also introduced vanity URLs for all paid creator plans. Signups from public creator pages are automatically part of our referral program. This allows creators to benefit from the others that they bring into the IZEAx ecosystem. This was really important for us. We want our creators to know that when we win, you win. Now, platform search is great, but sometimes marketers would prefer to search by creator. So today we are pleased to introduce Creator Search, a new way to explore the IZEAx network. While platform search was focused on individual social media connections, Creator Search is focused on people and publishers. Advertisers can now use specific search criteria to search for creators for their opportunity. Creator Search has a beautiful interface and highlights some of our best and brightest creators. And it is available to marketers on a pro or enterprise plan starting today. Creator Search is a valuable new tool for marketers engaging in social sponsorships. But it is essential for publishers and brands who are looking to leverage our network for the creation of owned media content. Speaking of content, earlier this year, we acquired eByline. Can I get a shout out for the eByline folks? eByline is a pioneer and leader in the creation of high-quality content for brands and publishers. And we did this acquisition with the vision that we would incorporate their technology and network of professional journalists into the IZEAx ecosystem. This will create more opportunity for our creators to earn and more diversity and choice for our brands. Today, we are taking our first big step towards full integration with eByline with content-enabled profiles. For marketers, we have added 2 new tabs to the creator profile to create a more comprehensive picture of a creator's background. The Creator tab summarizes a creator's experience. The Career tab summarizes the creator's experience based on their professional work, allowing a marketer to quickly understand a creator's subject matter at a glance. The Portfolio tab serves as a hub and showcase for a creator's content, including articles, photos, videos, and illustrations. This is where creators can shine, sharing the work that they are most proud of. Creators can build out their portfolio by accessing a new area within their account settings. The Portfolio Builder allows the creators to curate the content that they want to highlight. They can reference external links, such as articles on blogs or news sites, or other content, such as video on YouTubes. The YouTubes. They can also upload content directly to IZEAX, providing them with flexibility depending on the assets that they have to display. After they've added content, creators can quickly build and arrange their portfolio through a simple drag and drop interface. And once complete, portfolios can be submitted to the IZEA curation team. Our team manually reviews portfolios to vet and assign status to high-quality writers, videographers, photographers, and illustrators. This makes it easy for marketers to identify top-quality content producers when they're looking to engage in content opportunities. The portfolio and career sections are available today for creators to begin augmenting their profile. Content-enabled profiles are the first step towards standalone content opportunities. Marketers will soon be able to tap into the IZEAX network to facilitate, manage, and track the creation of owned content. From blog posts on your corporate site to native ad creation, IZEA will provide the tools needed to engage content creators of all types and skill levels. Advertisers will be able to select between 4 types of content: articles, illustrations, photos, and videos. They will use a familiar interface to list the content opportunity inside of IZEAX, providing an overview, requirements, and pricing. Just like a sponsored social opportunity, marketers can set targeting based on creator profile data or direct invite specific creators through the creator search tool. They can also negotiate pricing and come to terms with each individual creator based on their own project needs. Once pricing is agreed to, marketers can provide inline managed feedback via our all-new interactive content markup tool. Influencer engagement, high-quality content, massive scale, one platform. Content opportunities will be available for advertisers in December, allowing some time for our creators to build out their profiles and enable targeting for marketers. How about a little bit of that? Yeah. Now, while overall spending in the sponsored social space continues to increase, and IZEA's growth outpaces the industry, we also recognize that there is increased competition among creators for direct sponsorships. This is not just in IZEAX, but in the industry as a whole. We also know that ad blockers and declining CPMs, they're affecting your income. And we also know that creators need to diversify their monetization strategy now more than ever. So with that in mind, we created social links. Social links is an entirely new opportunity type in IZEAX. It's designed to create unlimited monetization possibilities for creators and help fill in the gaps between fixed-fee social sponsorships. And I'm thrilled to announce that our initial launch partner is eBay, one of the world's largest online marketplaces. And the very same marketplace that originally inspired me to create PaperPost 9 years ago. eBay is already a customer both in sponsored social and in custom content. And today, with the launch of Social Links, our partnership will connect IZEA creators with the eBay marketplace in a whole new way. eBay is home to 157 million active buyers and generated nearly $28 billion in mobile commerce in 2014. On eBay, a pair of shoes is sold every 2 seconds. A LCD television is sold every 2.5 seconds, and a major appliance is sold every 17 seconds. There are over 800 million listings in the eBay marketplace at any given time. And now, we're making those listings available for our creators to discover, share, and monetize through IZEAX. IZEAX offers 2 ways for creators to discover eBay product listings. It begins with a curated experience designed to highlight hot products, seasonal bestsellers, and trends, providing inspiration for creators as they develop their own content and editorial calendar. To monetize these products, creators can easily retrieve an affiliate link and share that link through social media. The link enables creators to earn money when someone buys a product through eBay. We share the revenue from eBay with the creator in a 70-30 split, 70% to the creator, 30% to IZEA. The more transactions that we collectively have, the greater the overall commissions for everyone in the IZEAX network. Beyond the curated experience is a full integration into eBay product listings, allowing creators to find specific products easily right within IZEAX. Creators can now monetize the sale of products ranging from iPhones to lipstick through the same platform that connects them with brands for direct sponsorships. We are so excited to be working with eBay on this initiative, and we look forward to generating a lot of revenue together. Today is really just the beginning of a much broader initiative at IZEA. The technology behind our eBay integration is called Interop, and it's a new service layer that enables IZEAX to connect to online retailers and partner networks. In the future, creators will be able to monetize social links for travel, events, software, and other online goods and services. Social links for eBay is available today, with more partners coming online next year. For our creators, it's pretty simple. We want to enable infinite opportunities, and we want you to be able to monetize your content in the fastest, easiest way possible. And speaking of easy, what could be easier than having the power of IZEAX in your pocket? Today, we are introducing IZEA for iOS. It is beautiful, it is fast, it is easy to use, and it is laying the foundation for IZEA's future. The IZEA app lets creators interact with the marketplace through a completely new interface. And while we've had a responsive website since the launch of IZEAX, this new native app radically transforms the way creators will work with brands. We have reimagined the way that creators browse and interact with these opportunities, making the experience feel more fluid to those who are used to using social apps throughout the day. Creators can bid on opportunities and negotiate with advertisers directly through the app. This includes sponsored social opportunities today and content opportunities when they're released in December. Select the opportunity, enter your bid, and you're in business. You can take Twitter, Instagram, and Vine ops end to end, making this sponsorship process the most streamlined in the industry. You can find and bid on ops, create your own content, make revisions, and publish to your social stream, all from your phone. We built in push notifications to make sure that you never miss an opportunity to make money again. You can get notifications for direct ops and content requests on your phone and also on your Apple Watch. The app makes it easy to refer friends to sign up through your social accounts, and of course, cash out to our friends at PayPal right from your phone. Huh? Now, I don't know about you guys, but this seems like a pretty decent way to earn a living to me. we started an IZEA iOS beta this morning. Some of you in this room have already started receiving invites. We're going to be launching it in the App Store for everyone in November, and we can't wait for you guys to use it. Now, I want you to think about something. When was the last time you picked up a paintbrush? When we were all my son's age, we were all prolific, uninhibited creators. We all painted, we all sang, we all played music. But as we grew up, our worldview changed. Little parts of that creative spirit, they just died with the passing of time and each adult milestone. And most of that was in search of an ill-defined meaning of success or fear of failure and ridicule. Our parents, our teachers, our advisors, they'd all steer us away from being creatives. They would say, be a doctor, be a lawyer, be a banker, get a real job. You can't make it as an artist. You can't make it as a chef. You can't make it as a singer, an author, a designer, a dancer. Well, no offense to our parents, and my parents are in this room, but I beg to differ. The world has changed, and the creator economy has opened up a wealth of opportunity. Today, you are surrounded by people who are making it. They're making a difference, and they're forging their own success story along the way. Our hope at IZEA is that we can be a small part of that journey. We want to provide the tools, technology, and opportunity to help the world's creators find success. We want you to succeed on your own terms, in your own way, allowing you to pursue your dreams and chase your passion. At IZEA, we champion the creators, and we are humbled and honored to serve you. I want to thank you all for joining us. Special thanks to my IZEA team members, especially the engineering team. Where's my engineering team people? You guys are awesome. I also want to thank my wife and son. You know that this has been a crazy, crazy time. If you guys want to play with any of these new tools, if you want invites to the IZEA X or the IZEA for iOS beta, go to our booth back there. We'll make sure that that happens for you. Now, I have a little something for you guys. You know, the Orlando Magic Chili, right? Baby! Oh! There we go. All right. Here we go. Boom. Ah. Pass them down. Pass them down. There we go. Mwah. All right. So we're going to let them keep handing out those shirts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now, all this forward progress is fantastic. The new technology is awesome, but it wouldn't matter if we weren't going after a huge market together. Uh-oh. Future YouTube star. So after a short break, we're going to discuss the industry. We're going to give you guys the state of sponsored social. We'll see you right back here at 10:15. All right.
Are you good? You don't need it?
Show me all the places I've never known.
Similarly, sponsored social no longer represents a new marketing approach either. In fact, this practice of having influencers paid to produce and distribute content on behalf of brands is a mainstream part of a marketer's toolkit. ROI. It's the 3 letters that strikes fear into the heart of every low-value media maven in the industry. When was the last time you clicked on a banner ad? Let alone shared one with one of your friends. Look at the flash animation on this banner ad, it's spectacular. Marketers in this year's study rated sponsored social equally or more effective than anything else they've invested in. And there is strong momentum in all of this. That effectiveness, in fact, it's only growing stronger. We found out this year that the stated effectiveness grew from 2014 and has a momentum that ranks higher than any other medium that we measured. So before I turn it over to Jana, I also have to give her a really worthy plug. Jana was named a media maven by Advertising Age. She led research and insight at some of the world's largest agencies, serving some of the world's most valuable brands. We are tremendously grateful and proud to have partnered with her firm, The Right Brain, and her colleagues at Halverson Group to develop this year's study. Please give a warm welcome to Jana.
Good morning, everybody. I think the perfect value breakfast today is Red Bull and research. Don't you? I mean, come on, a little crunchy data and some energy drink to make it all kind of palatable and go down smoothly. You know, having spent about 30 years working with creative content and media folks like yourself, it's always good to present good news instead of bad news. And today we got a lot of good news to share with you, so I'm excited to tell you all about it. Let me just quickly take you through the methodology so that you know that IZEA worked with the right partners, the right panel providers, and the right sample sizes to make this learning pretty bulletproof. First of all, as Ryan said, this is our 5th annual State of Sponsored Social among marketers and creators. The 2nd year, it's been done by an outside consultant, my colleagues at Halverson Group. Let me tell you about who we talked to. This year we increased the sample to 500 agency and client marketers from the agency world, from the creative side, from the media side, from the PR side, and media content creators. We talked to 150 randomly selected creators from IZEA's in-house panel. And the study was designed by Halverson Group and analyzed by them and executed versus Research Now's national B2B online business panel, a very well-regarded panel provider. What did we ask our respondents about? Well, we wanted to know business people's familiarity with, use of, and regard for sponsored social, how effective they perceive it to be in and of itself, but also amongst all the media and marketing techniques that As Ryan said, really exciting for us this year was that IZEA took the quantum leap to actually go straight to the end consumer and find out what they felt about sponsored social. This is always one of those things that's exciting and terrifying for a research consultant because the findings might not have been good. But IZEA had the guts and the interest in finding out how is the consumer embracing sponsored social vis-a-vis all the other messages that come at them every day. So we talked to 1,003 consumers nationwide using Lightspeed GMI's National Online Panel, one of the top online consumer panels in the country. Why 1,003? Because we wanted to get a readable sample on all 11 social media platforms that we were studying. We asked them about their awareness of sponsored social, how much they think they're seeing every year, on what platforms they think they're seeing it. And the bullseye of the study, of course, just like in the marketer study, was how effective they think sponsored social is vis-a-vis all the other advertising types that they see each day, week, and year. So let's get on with the learning. Can't wait to share it with you. And I'll start with marketer responses. Then Ryan's going to talk about what we learned from our creators. And then I'll bring up the caboose by talking about the new learning from consumers. First of all, just digging a little deeper in who we talked to. As I said, we talked to 500 marketers from the Research Now panel. And all of them were screened to have some involvement in social media marketing and or sponsored social. And that ended up being just over a quarter of all the marketers in America. That number seems small. The way I look at it on IZEA's behalf is that means tons of revenue opportunity to get more and more and more marketers from coast to coast involved, embracing, and using sponsored social for all of its potential. That's the basis of all the data that you're going to see from marketers today. A little bit deeper in terms of what kind of experience these marketers had, what we found is that we saw an uptick in the number of marketers who have seen or used sponsored social in the past year, as well as past usage of experiential marketing and celebrity endorsements, an increase versus a year ago. And in fact, in past year usage of sponsored social, it is now neck and neck with marketers' use of online display advertising. And this was the first year that we asked about content marketing, and we see that it is really highly used as well. By the way, I didn't mention this in the methodology, but we did define for marketers what we meant by content marketing and sponsored social marketing so that they knew what we were talking about and there'd be no fuzzy math in the data that we were having today. So how about money? Where's the money? Who's spending what on sponsored social? Today, 5% of marketers estimate that they have an organization-wide budget for sponsored social in excess of $5 million. That means all the products in their portfolio, whether they're an agency or a client-side marketer. On a broader lens basis, 52% of companies have a standalone sponsored social budget for their brands. And 25% have an organization-wide budget of over $500,000. There's money out there, they're spending it, they're becoming believers. When we looked at what kinds of sponsored social they're using, you can see that sponsored Facebook updates, likes, follows, and sponsored tweets are at the top, but we actually saw a bit of a downtick versus a year ago in terms of use of likes and follows, while everything else was flat or statistically a little bit up. So what matters to these marketers when they are choosing a sponsored social creator partner? We asked about a number of dimensions, and we found that two things rise to the top. As seen in past waves, content quality and traffic or audience size are the highest importance factors in choosing a sponsored social creator partner. Above an 8.0 on a 10-point scale, you just don't see those scores very often unless everybody pretty much agrees on the importance. Now, coming in just behind that, but not quite as important, was the metrics that can prove whether something's working or not. So obviously, you want the quality context and you want the audience to deliver the message to before you want a way to measure it. Now, we're at the bullseye of the study, which Ted, of course, stole a little of my thunder this morning. I mean, geez, he's the CEO. I guess he has the right. But how effective is sponsored social seen versus all the other marketing that's out there today? Well, for the second year in a row, sponsored social is regarded as more effective than many, many traditional marketing approaches. You can see it's right up there with content marketing and experiential marketing, over a 7.0 out of 10. Very high ratings for marketing effectiveness in terms of how sponsored social is perceived as an effective marketing tool. And look down at the bottom, not a big shock, newspaper advertising, magazine advertising, radio advertising, even some types of TV sponsorships are much, much lower in their perceived effectiveness among marketers than these new online sponsored kinds of marketing approaches. Great news. I also want to make a little note about celebrity endorsements. You may be scratching your head about that. It actually took a bit of a downtick this year versus a year ago. And we looked at what might have caused that? Well, guess what? The study was fielded in July, right when the Jared scandal came out. And we think that it just reminded everybody, oh gosh, there's a downtide to celebrity endorsements. Our expectation is next year that will probably bounce back a little, provided nobody does any bad stuff that's a big celebrity endorser. So how effective is sponsored social viewed and the rest of these marketing approaches versus a year ago? We call that effectiveness momentum. We ask people, do you think that technique is more effective, equally effective, or less effective than it was just 1 year ago? And again, the news is fantastic for sponsored social. Right up the top with content marketing with a net positive of 54% more effective than just 1 year ago. And again, who's starting to lose their speed in this space? Newspaper ads, a big negative 40. Magazine ads, a negative 22. Radio ads, a negative 14. Even TV ads, a negative 9. Not because they can't be effective, but because more and more people can avoid them if they want to. Again, great momentum and great absolute effectiveness ratings. If you think about it, since this was a sample of people who have embraced social media as a marketing platform, this is about conversion. Once people are in the house, they embrace it with everything it's got to give. So the key is to get more and more and more marketers understanding the benefits of sponsored social. What do they think they're going to pay for sponsored social? Well, what we found when we asked them is that marketers expect to pay a premium for long-form content, reflecting their understanding that it takes more time and more effort to create a sponsored video, to create a sponsored blog post. In fact, it runs a 2.1 times premium versus all the other kinds of approaches on average in terms of what marketers expect to spend on that kind of sponsored social effort. So that's what we learned from marketers. Ryan's going to come and talk to us about what we learned from the creators. Hopefully this will resonate with those of you creators in the room. And then I'll bring up the caboose with the consumer learning.
Thanks, Gianna. All right, so who in the room is a creator? Make some noise. All right. Here at IZEA, as you know, we champion the creators. And there's been a challenge in the creator economy. All this growth, but the shift in where our creators are earning their livelihood is also evolving. So in this year's study, what we found out from you was that over half of your income is now coming from sponsored social. This is very different. For those of you who blog, not too many years ago, before CPM started plummeting, maybe display ads or in-text overlay search results were a way that you would earn your livelihood. This is a really interesting mix, and that blue slice of the pie representing display continues to shrink, while sponsored social, the purple piece, continues to grow. Because of the premiums that are able to be commanded, one of the interesting findings in this year's study was actually the frequency of projects has actually slightly decreased. On average, still, we have over 70% of creators taking a sponsored social opportunity at least one time per month. And the reason we believe that is because you can command a higher premium for an engaged audience. And tools like IZEA's Store Suite only help to reiterate the value that's created when engagement is placed at the center of the equation. If you're a short form or multi-channel creator, you're not alone. In fact, we started asking creators, where are you placing this content? What channels are you active on? And by no surprise, the largest areas of increase are happening on some of the richer medium platforms, things that are highly visual, like a YouTube or Instagram. But still, our longer form mediums, like blogs, very much ranked in the top 3. Now, we asked marketers, like Jana had stated, what was important to them in selecting creators. Let's flip that question around. What's most important to the creators? I think that there is a very unfair myth that creators are in it just for the money. That could not be more of the truth. In fact, when we asked creators what was most important to them about working on a sponsorship with a brand, it was actually the fit of that brand with their personality, the ability of them to feel proud to represent that brand, and that their readers, their followers, would see the relevance in them having a sponsorship from that brand. Compensation was only third. When we talk about the broader word-of-mouth marketing industry, there's also an inherent benefit to sponsored social that many people don't think about, and that is the offline word-of-mouth that comes from these strong relationships that are built between creators and the brands who sponsor them. And in this year's study, it only further validated that outcome. Almost 90% of the creators we spoke to verbally tell a friend about the brands that sponsor them offline. And then you start going down the purchase path. They're more likely to buy a product of someone who's actually sponsored them. It makes total sense. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna order some Farm Rich mozzarella sticks when I get home because they're amazing. Who had them already for breakfast this morning? They're great. Hi, guys. Now, the other interesting thing is that outside of the contractual agreement that a creator may have with a brand, over 80% of those creators also expressed that because they support that brand so much and appreciate the relationship, they'll do follow-up posts and other forms of engagement and content creation beyond what they were contractually paid to do. So this idea of people are just paid shills, A, that's false, and B, creators, they want to have that genuine feeling, that authenticity, not only with their followers, but with the sponsors who are paying them. Let's talk about payment for a second. Here in the United States, the FTC oversees the sponsored social industry. It's part of their advertising practices unit. IZEA, along with our friends at the Word of Mouth Marketing Association, WOMA, have worked in partnership with the Commission to educate and help enforce and hold true the standards that the Commission has set forth. As we approach Sponsored Social's 10th birthday, there are still many people that are sadly unaware of the FTC's guidelines. And it's very simple, very straightforward. Compensation can be in the form of things beyond just money. In fact, things as simple as a free t-shirt or even a coupon are considered remuneration in the eyes of the FTC. And the guidelines that were set forth are equally simple and straightforward. If there's compensation involved, it is inherently sponsored, and therefore it must be disclosed in a transparent and authentic way. The good news in this year's study is that we found that the creators, they understand this and they embrace it. In fact, 4 in 5 of the creators that we spoke to were at least familiar with these guidelines and aware of them as it related to how they embraced sponsorships. And that was an increase over 2014. Their marketing side counterparts, not so much. 2 in 3 marketers were either not familiar or not aware of these guidelines whatsoever. This chart illustrates the broader industry concern, the disconnect between creators trying to do the right thing and marketers just not being educated enough. It's not necessarily that someone is trying to do something and deceive individuals. It's just many times we need to do a better job as the industry leader to help educate and inform the industry around us. We must do better at this. With creators aware of what to do, it's actually how they do it that is most important. With the majority of those creators that we sampled this year properly disclosing right in the post. But other creators, they want to be extra careful. In those cases, they'll actually create an entire disclosure policy, perhaps, on their blog or in a listed paragraph on their YouTube channel, making sure that they know that the relationships that they're working on are authentic and disclosed. The latest learning is all about consumers, and it's a really exciting time. So I'm going to turn it back over to Jana to help explain this year's study and how we looked at how consumers are utilizing sponsored social and engaging with it. Jana?
This is so exciting. had to hydrate to share this exciting stuff. So as we said, this is the first time that IZEA has ever put its toe in the water to find out what consumers are feeling about sponsored social within the marketing and advertising space. A big risk, hopefully a big payoff. The day the data came in and we took a sneak peek and looked down at the effectiveness ratings was a very good day. It was kind of scary, but it was a great day, and you'll see why. So let's first talk about who we talked to in this study. We started out with an online panel of adults 18 to 70 nationwide from Lightspeed GMI. We then decided that we only wanted to talk to people who spent at least 15 hours per month online outside of email. Now you're probably sitting there going, you mean there's anybody in the universe that spends 1 to 14 hours online per month? Yes, there are. It's actually 29% of all the people 18 to 70. As you can imagine, they tend to skew a little older, but not as much as in the old days. So we cut out those people that were light users of online, and then we focused on people who had used social media in the past month, and that is 67% of all people online between age 18 and 70. And we were thrilled this week when Pew Research came out with a study that had that exact same number, because now we know we've got some pretty bulletproof data here, and it aligns right with one of the best in research. And of course, because we're studying sponsored social, we wanted to talk to consumers who had a consciousness of sponsored social. And we found out that of that 100%, 36% said, yes, I've seen a sponsored social message the way you've defined it in this survey in the past year. And that became the base for our survey and all the data that you're going to see from here on out. So what are these past month consumers looking at in social media? What platforms or apps are they tuning into, if you will? Well, we found that their level of usage of the 11 platforms we studied kind of breaks into 4 broad tiers. At the very top are, not surprisingly, the virtually ubiquitous players, YouTube and Facebook, which almost everybody that qualified for this study went to at least sometime. Now, this chart looks a lot like the skyline of Chicago, where I'm from. Basically, it's telling you on the top bar, yearly penetration, the next one is monthly penetration, the next one is weekly penetration, and the next one is daily penetration or usage of the platform. And the ubiquitous ones, almost everybody uses sometime. Coming in a close second are 3, blogs, Twitter, and Pinterest, that over 7 out of 10 people use weekly. Next in line are some more specialty players: Instagram, LinkedIn, Tumblr, and Snapchat, that just under about 3 out of 10 use weekly or a little bit more. And finally, the more specialty players, which are Vine and Periscope. So that's what people are using. A lot of things. Every one of those samples was readable so that when we asked people that used each platform what they thought of sponsored social messages on those platforms, they're statistically reliable pieces of data. We then ask consumers, well, what's the balance of people you follow? Are they really famous, kind of famous, or just regular folk or friends of mine? Because we thought it would be interesting to see what the balance is there. It was very interesting, and things kind of broke into 3 tiers. The famous skewed, whether really famous or kind of famous, included YouTube, Vine, Twitter, and Instagram. I'm sorry, and Periscope, I apologize. They skewed heavily. Over 60% of the people followed are famous. In tier 2, kind of a almost 50-50, 60-40 balance was Facebook, Instagram, Tumblr, and blogs through WordPress. And finally, the friend or regular person skewed were Snapchat, Pinterest, and LinkedIn. Regular people, not famous people. It was interesting to us that almost at 50-50 were blogs. Half famous, half just regular people or friends that I knew. Very interesting. And how much sponsored social are people seeing? This is sort of our volume momentum metric. And as you can see, year on year, no matter the platform, people are seeing more and more sponsored social messages on a net basis. And it won't be surprising to anybody, the more dominant platforms are where they're seeing more and more messages: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. But everybody's seeing more every place. So they're seeing more. Sometimes an abundance of advertising means I don't like it, I don't think it's effective, it doesn't work for me. But fortunately, that's not what we found this year in our consumer study. In fact, just the opposite. Just looking at sponsored social, and we measured 29 different types of marketing approaches, 11 social media and 18 other parts of the media mix. Every one of the social media platforms was rated a 7.0 or higher and a 50% or higher top 3 box rating in terms of effectiveness of sponsored social messages. So that's sponsored social in isolation. How does it compare to the other 18 types of approaches that we measured? Well, only one came in as effective as the sponsored social platforms in consumers' minds, and that was TV commercials, which lays right in the middle of the pack. These are the highest 12 marketing approaches in consumers' minds. Everybody else was rated a 6.9 or below out of 10. So here's how it all shakes out. And you can see down at the bottom, we've got print and radio. And up at the top, we've got social and TV commercials. You may scratch your head and say, wait a minute, I thought TV commercials were dying. The part that's dying is that consumers can choose what TV commercials they watch. But for the ones they choose to watch, they're still extremely effective. But they're right up there with sponsored social. So that was the total samples ratings. We were anticipating what the industry might say to us. Sure, sure, sure. You asked everybody to rate that, and that's not fair because it's not apples to apples. So we said, okay, what if we just took people who are currently using the individual media and compared the ratings of effectiveness for those media to sponsored social? So first we had to find out, well, what media is our consumer sample using? And here you can see from social media, which we knew by definition, it's what got them into the study, everybody's using, all the way down to magazines, which, about 2/3 of the people are still using at least a little bit. We pulled out each of those samples and looked at their ratings of messages in that medium. And guess what we found? Even with that apples to apples, fair comparison, the same pattern. Even among looking just at users of each individual medium's ratings, sponsored social and TV commercials were still the top rated. What changed was the rank order of messaging underneath sponsored social and TV shifted around. Print media ads, both newspaper and magazine, went up among people who still use those media. Radio ads went up among people who still use those media. But banner ads, people that use online search, people that use the internet, actually went down and became the lowest ranking of all the media we measured, 29 different platforms in terms of overall effectiveness. So now we know that it's seen as effective. We tried to say, well, hey, consumers, what makes it more effective versus less? We learned from the marketers that it's content quality and a big audience. But what do consumers think? So we developed a battery of 16 different dimensions across 5 subject areas. How popular the content creator was, how big of an audience, how famous they were, whether they come across as having expertise, whether they're credible, whether they're somebody I respect and admire, how long they've been in this business. Do they seem to have actual product experience? Do they provide detail about what they're posting about? Does that product or service seem to fit with their content? And finally, how overall do they use sponsored social in their created content? Is most of the stuff they do a sponsored post, only some of it? Do they disclose whether it's sponsored or not in their post? We had consumers rate all of these on that same 10-point scale, and here's what we learned. Real product experience and a sense of creator credibility, expertise, and therefore consumer respect were the top-rated factors in driving the effectiveness of sponsored social. Not important, but certainly less important, was how famous they were and the size of their audience in consumers' minds. So it's very important to know it's not if you're famous, it's not if you have a boatload of people, it's about how I feel about you. And this is really true no matter what marketing platform you look at, but it's also true with sponsored social and a really important thing for us all to remember. Now, with a sample of 1,003 consumers, we can look at this data a million different ways. And we have been doing that with IZEA to look at it through opinion leaders versus non-opinion leaders, geography. But I wanted to share with you a couple of interesting subsample breaks that we looked at, gender and age. In terms of gender, we found across the board that males actually have a higher penetration of almost all the social media platforms except the two most dominant, YouTube and Facebook. And that may be a surprise to you. What we also saw, though, is that once I start visiting a social media platform, women visit more often than men. So a higher percentage of men visit across the board, but women visit more often than men. We also found kind of a sociological finding that across the board, men rate all 29 marketing tactics as more effective than women do. And our guess is that women, even though it's the 21st century, are more socialized to be the responsible consumers in their household. And therefore, mom and dad teach you, let the buyer beware. Be skeptical of all those marketing manipulative messages. So across the board, no matter what you're looking at, men rate everything as more effective than women do. But when it comes to sponsored social, in terms of the rank order, sponsored social and TV commercials are still at the top of the effectiveness ratings for both women and for men. What about age? Also very interesting findings. First of all, we found that social media usage peaks for most platforms age 30 to 39. It's just a reflection that social media is coming to its own and it's aging up as it becomes a more mainstream form of the media mix. We also found that perceived marketing effectiveness ratings also peak between age 30 and 39. Why might that be? Well, if you're 30 to 39, and I've been there too, you know that that is the life stage where life is the most time stressed. Most people are having families or getting married or partnering up or buying houses or buying cars. They have multiple things to take care of. Their careers are really, really getting into high gear, and they need, we think, the help that great trusted marketing messages provide. And that's why we think effectiveness ratings have kind of a bell curve of effectiveness, peaking at 30 to 39. But no matter the age group, whether 18 or 70, we still saw that same pattern, that sponsored social along with TV commercials were regarded as the highest effectiveness kinds of marketing approaches. But there's a little bit of a watch out. We did find consistently that young people 18 to 24 are across the board the most skeptical of any kind of marketing message, and sponsored social is no exception. So we've got to earn their trust, we've got to earn credibility with them. They may have time to be more skeptical, it may be cool to be more skeptical, and the key will be, as we repeat these studies year after year in the future, to see if they become less skeptical as they move into those older, more time-stressed age groups. So that's our learning. There's so much more in the full report. I'm going to hand it back to Ryan to bring us home.
Before us, combined with this very unique, first time ever third-party research, we believe that IZEA has the most holistic viewpoint on the sponsored social industry available today. Well, let's recap what we saw and understand exactly what were the key bullets. So first of all, from the marketer perspective, even though sponsored social draws from budgets still, like media and PR and shopper, agnostically, now over half of marketers have that standalone budget, with the budget size in the high end more than doubling since 2014. And marketers have been rewarded for making those investments, rating sponsored social as one of the most effective aspects of their marketing mix. But the thing that we also dwell on is the fact that marketers still need education on this space, and in some cases desperately, specifically on the matters of disclosure and the FTC guidelines. On the creator side, snackable and shareable reigns supreme. And that's where the investments are going, to where the creators are creating the most. The livelihood and compensate sponsors of their income in 2015. And the most important thing, marketers who are out in the audience, listen up. Opportunities that are aligned to creators' actual passions and what they can authentically support are the most important thing to them. And those new creator profiles in IZEAX, we believe, is one approach to help understand that in the planning process. On the consumer side, it's pretty simple. If you're a marketer in the audience, you have one of those old-fashioned bosses who loves the safety blanket of a good 30-second TV spot, well, make sure he sees this year's study, because sponsored social ranked as effective as that beloved 30. And the industry's obsession with audience size only is clearly not geometric to sponsored social. In fact, it's scale when applied to credible, genuine creators that drives the best effectiveness. So I hope you'll join me in feeling the excitement that we have for this space and the look that we've been able to provide at it. Today's findings, all 45 minutes of it, are just a fragment of the broader knowledge that we've gained through these investments. The studies are become available on our corporate website, which is corp.izea.com next week. And if you follow our social feeds at #IZEAFest, our social team has been posting the different findings from today that we've shared with you. Thank you so much for your time, and join me in thanking Jenna for all of her amazing work. Veronique, it's back to you.
Hello. Sorry, I gotta make sure this thing is on. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break now. Please be back at 11:15, although I did wanna share just some stuff with you guys. First of all, has the morning been okay? Everybody learning some stuff? Yes? Okay, good. Yeah. Everything is wunderbar, German word. And also cool, which I just learned is also the German word for cool, so you're welcome. A couple things. Number one, please clap for yourselves because we are now a trending topic on Twitter. So keep that, no. It's all you! So please keep the post going, #IZEAFest. I gotta take notes on my hand because, you know, brain. And then the last thing is, please welcome to the stage our wonderful photographer, Rich, over here. Rich, come on. If you see Rich walking around, please pose and smile. I saw you taking photos of me from there. That's a bad angle. So what I'm going to do is just pose like I'm talking, and you just take it. No one will know the difference. Good? Yes. All right, guys. 11:15. I will meet you back here for Nadia Ali and Dive Into Your Passion. Boom.
So much higher.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
Hey y'all, how's it going? Hi, Yeah, no, don't clap. Okay, clap. It's all right. All right, it's 11:15. We're going to jump back into the program here. I wanted to give you guys a quick reminder. Our IZEA office is as crazy as this kind of looks with all the colors and whatnot, and we love having creators showcase their creativity. We've got some canvases in the back in the creator corner and some paint markers, so we encourage you to head back there, make some artwork for us, turn it into the lovely IZEA folks sitting at the long purple table, and we'll display that stuff in our office. The other thing I've been told to remind you guys about are your Disney tickets. Again, the tickets you received upon registration, and you cannot get into Disney without the ticket and your IZEAFest badge. Yes? Good? Everybody got it? All right. Please, welcome to the stage, Nadia Ali, the CEO of Scuba Diver Life. Where are you at, girl? There's she at.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking the time to come see my presentation today. So my name is Nadia Ali, and my talk today is about diving into your passion, outlining my journey of breaking out from the corporate world to follow my passion, leveraging Facebook as a tool to create a brand and a business. So my goal today is to inspire only 2 people. Okay, so I live in a country north of us called Canada. So when I was about 8 years old, I got video editing. I was 13 to get my first day in Jamaica. In childhood in Toronto, I moved over to, British Columbia, also in Canada. And in Vancouver is where I did my undergraduate degree in fine arts, and I did my graduate degree in digital media. And I can assure you, the program looked nothing like this picture, but it sure felt like it. We were to be among some of the first people in the world to get their graduate degree in digital media. Think of it as a graduate degree, an MBA, but in digital media. After getting my degree, and I moved to the United States of America. I moved to Seattle, Washington, where I was lucky enough to get a job as a consultant with Microsoft. And it was in these 2 years at Microsoft that I really started to understand the use of social media for business purposes. It was also during this time I met the one and only Ted Murphy of IZEA, and we actually ran some really powerful Twitter campaigns through Puff Daddy. And I swear to you, Ted did not pay me to say that. So it was really during this time at Microsoft I started to understand more the power of content linked with the power of social media. Okay, so here I am at Microsoft, and this is a job a lot of people dream of having, but for the first time in my life, I start really questioning my path. Because like some of us in this room, a lot of it's dictated for us. We're going to grow up, we're going to go to high school, we're going to go maybe get a higher education, we're going to get a job, maybe you're going to meet somebody, have kids, have a family, have a house, buy a house, live a life, and then you're going to die. That's what was going through my head. And I thought, to myself, I'm not really sure if this is what I want to do. I want to stay here and work 9 to 5 every day, have a few meetings during the day, go home, eat dinner, and repeat this 5 days a week? Is this what my life is going to be like? So this is when I started really questioning what it is I really want. Is this really what I want? And I knew that I wasn't really sure that where I wanted to be where I was, but I didn't know where I wanted to go. I had no idea. So as fate would have it, fate intervened one day. I turned to my colleague at Microsoft and I said, hey, you know what? I found this amazing website last night. I found onlinevideocontest.com, and I'm noticing not a lot of people are entering it because it's a lot of work to enter an online video contest. Since you're so good at making videos, and I'm so good at making videos, why don't we help each other and enter a whole bunch of contests? And he said, that sounds like a great idea. The deal, though, is that we're going to split the prize whoever wins, because we were going to help each other. So I said, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do that. So about 3 to 4 months later, I got a call from Tourism Fiji, and my video had won first place in their online video contest. Thank you. Little did I know that this contest would absolutely change my life. So I ended up going to Fiji with my best friend Hillary, who's in the audience here today. Thank you, Hillary. And I know what you're thinking. Wait a minute. You said you were going to split the prize with your colleague, right? But my colleague's girlfriend would not let him go to Fiji. And come on, people, you can see why. Yes. And so we went on this amazing trip to Fiji, all expenses paid, even flights, okay? And I hadn't really gotten to school because I was so much in my education. And I fell in love with scuba diving. It ignited this passion. I was so excited about this newfound world. I came back from Fiji and I started doing what any normal human would do. I started Googling. So I started Googling best scuba diving destinations, where to see whale sharks, where to see hammerheads. And what I noticed was that there was a huge gap in the market. Okay? The websites that I found, this is 2010 by the way, they looked like they had been made in the late 1990s. Okay? They were forum-based, they were text-based, they were ugly. And most important of all, the content on the websites were not valuable. They weren't valuable to me. I couldn't see and I couldn't learn from them. So a few days later, after this realization, my baby was born. Scuba diver life. We're in 2010 right now, so what I did is I obviously created the Facebook page right away along with the website. And the ad platforms on Facebook was going strong, so I invested some of my personal money working on like campaigns, bringing in divers from around the world, properly targeting them to come in and like my Facebook page, and then have a side strategy on content creation. The best I could do at the time to get them engaged with what I was trying to do. I knew what I wanted to do, I just needed to execute it. So this takes us back to now 2011, and I had a very traumatic experience. And a lot of us in this room are going to experience this trauma at one point in our lives. I experienced my first encounter with death. This is Dave, and I've known Dave since I was 12 years old. And he died 4 hours before his 28th birthday. And I had never, again, had someone close to me die, and it really woke me up. Those feelings I was having at Microsoft about my placement in life and what I wanted to do were just really at the surface now with Dave dying. I thought, you know, wow, life is short, you know? Life is very precious. If he can die 4 hours before his 28th birthday, he had no idea, what does that mean for you? So shortly before Dave dying, I was actually at Google San Francisco, and I was giving a talk there on community growth. And I thought, this is such an amazing environment. Google is amazing, the offices are amazing, the people are amazing, this is where I want to be. I want to be at the forefront of technology, I want to be with these people who are a little bit closer to my age. At Google, process employee with Google. I was very confused, all these emotions, ocean a lot. And Google's a great company, but it wasn't really what I wanted to be doing. I really felt like the life that I wanted to live was on one side of a cement wall, and the life that I wanted to be living was on the other side of that cement wall. And I didn't know how to break through. There was too much fear, and there was too much anxiety. So within 8 months of joining Google, I left Google. And I actually had another job lined up with a more relevant company that I thought was in the direction of where I wanted to go with my life. I had a couple months between the two jobs, and I ended up going to an underwater photography store in California. And I took $15,000 of my hard-earned savings, and I walked up to the sales guy and I said, I want to be able to take photos underwater, and I want to be able to make videos underwater. This is my website, and this is my Facebook page. Help me out. You know, what do I do? Give me the equipment. And so he gives me all this equipment. I get a pretty nice setup for $15,000. And then I'm about to walk up and I look at him with these 20 boxes of lenses and cameras. And I say, well, I don't know what to do. I don't even know how to connect the strobe to the housing, and then I put the camera in the housing, and then what? And he said, well, you're lucky. because in a month from now, we're going to do an underwater photography workshop in Bonaire. And we'll cut you a deal. We'll give you 50% off. You come and cover the trip and tell your community and everything what you're doing. And we'll teach you how to take photos underwater. And I said, oh, that's great. I'm in. Let's do it. However, I didn't, now we're kind of moving forward a little bit. I didn't have the courage to go out on my own yet with what I was building on the side. And so I ended up joining PADI. Now, PADI is the largest scuba diving certification company in the world. They certify over 1 million people a year. And I thought, this is it, this is amazing. They're ocean, I'm ocean, they're diving, I'm diving. I am never gonna leave this job. In fact, I had said that to myself about Google and Microsoft, so it's kind of funny how you make these things up in your head. So PADI had hired me because they saw what a great job I was doing with Scuba Diver Life on the Facebook and on the website. They really wanted to put their foot into content creation and social media. And at this point, my Facebook page had more fans than them, a multi-million-dollar company, and I was making a lot more content than them as well. So here I am, third time. That's 3 times deja vu. I guess third luck's the charm. I was still, sitting here behind a desk, 9 to 5, 5 days a week. Yes, the interest of the interest was of what I wanted. It was scuba diving, and that was there. But I wasn't in the ocean. I wasn't on trips. I wasn't hanging out with hammerheads. It wasn't what I wanted to do. And so at this point, my Facebook page was at 300,000 fans. But the whole idea and the execution I wanted wasn't there. I wanted to hire more writers. I wanted to really fine-tune the content curation. I wanted to make great content. I wanted to be able to go and travel and capture the underwater world through photography and videos and show it to my growing community. I really, really wanted to make good content because it was not there for this industry. And then a number came to my head, 730. It's been 730 days of unhappiness. It's been over 730 days of suffocation. It's been over 730 days of not living a fulfilled life. So what did I do? I quit. I quit. I had no job lined up. It was spontaneous. It wasn't planned. And I kind of felt like this guy right here. When I'm in a situation like this, I think to myself, WTF. I know what you're thinking. You know what that means, right? Why the fear? Why the fear, Nadia? Why are you so afraid to go out on your own? You're building something on the side here. Why are you so afraid? Obviously, these things like, how am I going to pay the rent? How am I going to take care of healthcare? All these things that would come to someone's mind. And I had to remind myself, I've built something here on the side. It's not nothing. I have over 300,000 fans on Facebook. I'm getting a lot of people to my website a month. And I had to call my mom for some reassurance because you know what? That's what moms are for. So I called my mom and just said, Nadia, don't you forget that life is what you make it, and you are my daughter. You can do anything, okay? So, because travel was so important to me at the time, I ended up writing different operators. I said, these are my numbers on Facebook, these are my numbers on the website. I'd love to come and cover your trip. And these are not cheap trips. These are $5,000, $10,000 trips that I would want to go on. And I was very successful in being able to exchange reviews and content creation to get on these sorts of trips. So a few months after I got this into my system, a little bit of travel, I was on Facebook. And I was scrolling through Facebook and I saw this amazing freediving video. This video was something like no other. I thought, this is the most amazing underwater video I have ever seen in my life. And I saw my friend had shared it, and I called her up and I said, I see that you're friends with this guy, Go, who's made this video. I want his number. Do you have his number? And she said, yeah, I was actually in Cayman Islands with him a few weeks ago. I said, okay, give me his number. Okay, so I called this guy Go up and I said, hey Go, my name's Nadia, this is Scuba Diver Life, this is my vision for Scuba Diver Life, I really want to focus on good content. Now, I have a trip planned to Mexico for 10 days. I want to take you on this trip. We're going to go to Cozumel, and we're going to scuba dive in Jacques Cousteau's favorite locations. Then we're going to go over to the mainland, and we're going to go into the cenotes, and we're going to go do some cenote diving. And the highlight of this trip is going to be that we're going to go and swim with 400 to 500 whale sharks off the coast of Isla Mujeres in Mexico. However, I cannot pay you for these 4 videos, but I'll give you the trip. because I was able to make deals with the operators that we could get 2 people on the trip for free in exchange for the content. An amazing show, and I ended up going a few months down the road to this conference called DEMA. Now, DEMA is the largest scuba diving conference of the year worldwide. This is a B2B conference. It's actually 2 weeks from today in Orlando. And I walked into DEMA with the videos downloading. Go had just finished them, and I'm downloading them. And I went to every single booth here at DEMA, and I went to and talked to every owner I could. I said, this is Scuba Diver Life. This is the Facebook page. This is the website traffic. And here are these amazing videos. And I ended up walking away from DEMA with several advertising contracts and several video contracts. Thank you. And now, suddenly, my business model was shaping. Okay. So what I decided to do is that, you know, I'm kind of new at this entrepreneurship thing. I'm going to set some goals so I can understand where I want to be and kind of set a vision for myself. So I said, you know, I want to have 1 million fans on Facebook by the end of 2013. I want to achieve 100,000 unique visitors a month. I want to add 25 retail outlets for the Scuba Diver Life apparel line. I want to launch an iPad magazine and increase revenue to $240,000. Okay? Now, for every entrepreneur, there's always going to be a lesson in success, and there are going to be several lessons in failure. So these are some shirts I designed. Scuba diving is such a passionate sport. If you know a diver, they're going to tell you tons of stories about the ocean and how amazing it is. And they're really in love with the underwater world. And I thought, you know, the t-shirts and the apparel in the diving industry are so cheesy and so poorly made. And I knew if I could make some sexy stuff, like to me, scuba diving has got almost a James Bond appeal to it. So I thought, I'm going to make some really cool shirts that more people, I think, would wear and like. And on the first day, I had 160 sales, which is awesome, right? Except a lot of those sales were from outside of the United States, and I somehow created a job, a full-time job for somebody. I wasn't able to keep up with the demand, with the influx of emails coming in, with people asking for tracking from Malaysia and Indonesia and Europe, which wasn't even something I could provide for them. So this is just a really valuable lesson for me in time management and taking on too much. And just like I had hired Go to optimize my time for video creation, I was needing to do that for this, but I wasn't in the position to do so just yet. So, you know, at the end of 2013, I look at my goals, and I wasn't able to get the 1 million fans on Facebook. I did achieve the 100,000 unique visitors a month. I closed down the retail line shortly after, and I did succeed with the last 2 points there. So now we're in 2014 and beyond, and I've been very lucky to grow the company into where it kind of is today, really focusing on content creation and really the quality of that content. I've been able to work with several tourism boards like Bermuda, Cayman Islands, Australia, Dominica. I've been able to work with them to make influential content, videos, and photos to help engage people to go dive their destinations, to show them why they're such great diving destinations. I've been lucky enough also to work with GoPro on some very unique GoPro videos underwater, which is just a dream for so many filmmakers. I've also been able to improve my underwater photography, and it's always such an honor when I get emails from people from around the world congratulating me on the photos that I'm able to take, and numerous publications asking to license my images. And now we're in July 2014. I finally hit the 1 million fans on Facebook, which was quite an accomplishment. Thank you. And funny enough, a week later, Facebook headquarters calls me up on the phone and invites me over to Menlo Park to a small business panel on small business and Facebook. So this was kind of like a kid being at Disney World, except it was me at Facebook headquarters prancing around, just enjoying herself. I'm a huge Facebook fan, obviously. So, like any entrepreneur, you look for different revenue streams, and natural progression is, for me, expeditions. From now, I've been traveling the world for almost 3 years. I've been on some amazing, amazing expeditions, but I've also been on some very shady expeditions. And so I'm able to leverage my social media presence, the brand authority, and things like that, to sell trips to people, and they trust me because I've been on the road. They can see the content we're making, they can see we're on a trip and what we're making, and they know that we're going to curate an experience for them and give them and be able to deliver on it. For instance, I take people now to Tonga. This is a picture I took this year of my friend Daniel here, actually. And we take people to swim eye to eye with humpback whales. So if anyone in the audience is interested in doing that, come talk to me later. I'd be happy to talk to you about it. And there are just other hazards out there as well. My mom loves scrolling through lists. I'm sure lots of you look at lists online. And you can see here that one day she's on this list, 22 unbelievable extreme selfies that are so awesome, they should win something. And she's scrolling and she's scrolling and she gets to number 11, and it's me, her daughter. Why? Get out of there, you crazy person. Making your mom wish that you had a corporate job. That's my presentation for today, but I have a little video montage that I've put together showcasing the last few years that we've documented on the road, and I really want to showcase that content is queen. So enjoy.
Hey everyone, this is Nadia with ScubaDiverLife.com.
What Dominica has to offer, both topside and on the water. So let's go discover. This is such a tough life. So I'm not sure if you can see this on the camera, but this is actually pink sand, which is a very cool feature of Bermuda. This is beautiful. This is amazing.
Are you good? Yeah? You guys, who wants to go into scuba diving now? Yeah, big round of applause for Nadia, please. How amazing is she? Yeah, absolutely. All it takes is a dream, y'all. A dream and a Facebook account, right? All right, so I know you want to leave me, but I refuse to let you go. I'm just kidding, that's a Temptations song. It is lunchtime. Yeah, who does not love the Temptations? It is lunchtime. I do want to remind you guys there are plenty of restaurants on the property and on the Disney Boardwalk. We recommend the Fountain, Cabana Bar, and Fresh Mediterranean Market. Please note all signature restaurants. If you go into an elevator, you'll see them listed at the top. Can validate your parking. Additionally, one of our awesome sponsors, Farm Rich, is in the back, and they've got tons of free samples and an awesome photo booth, so be sure to check them out. Yeah, we'll be back here at 1 o'clock, so I will see you then. Bye.
Suck the life right out of my veins when you spoke my name. Got the kind of thing going that tips the scales. Yeah, you keep me sane. I'll be the clouds beyond your skies. I'll flutter by like butterflies. I'll be the blue inside your eyes. Your crazy loving keeps me paralyzed. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like to see reflections of you all around. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like to hear reflections of you all around. Wanna taste you again like a secret or a sin. Wanna feel you again like the ocean sand on my skin. I'll be the fight against your fears, forever here, just save those tears. I'll be the courage in your wings, not letting go, I'm all you need. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like to see reflections of you all around. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like to hear reflections of you all
In the wake of dawn, I see you shine. When I feel that heartbeat, I fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher. Skylines and clouds are below us now. Skydive back down. Oh, take my hand, don't let go. Skyward bound. In the wake of dawn, I see you shine. When I feel that heartbeat, I fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher, fly so much higher. Sky take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, erase all of these broken dreams and flight. And we'll up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight. And we'll
Look into my eyes and show me your adventures I haven't seen. Taking all the life, it hits the spot. Walking on fantasy. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find. The water's always high. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find.
side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
suck the life right out of my veins when you spoke my name. Got the kind of thing going that tips the scales. Yeah, you keep me sane. I'll be the clouds beyond your skies. We'll flutter by like butterflies. I'll be the blue inside your eyes. Your crazy loving keeps me paralyzed. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like to see reflections of you all around. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like to hear reflections of you all around. Wanna taste you again like a secret or a sin. Wanna feel you again like the ocean sand on my skin. I'll be the fight against your fears, forever here, just save those tears. I'll be the courage in your wings, not letting go, I'm all you need. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like to see reflections of you all around. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like to hear reflections.
In the wake of dawn, I see you shine. When I feel that heartbeat, I fly so much higher. Fly so much higher. Fly so much higher. Fly so much higher. Skylines and clouds are below us now. Skydive back down. Oh, take my hand, don't let go. Skyward bound. In the wake of dawn, I see you shine. When I feel that heartbeat, I fly so much higher. Fly so much higher. Fly so much higher. Skylines and clouds are below us now. Skydive back down. Oh, take my hand, don't let go. Skyward bound.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, erase all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll bound only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
Hey guys, how's it going? Hello. Hello. Oh, you gotta clap. All right. Yeah. So I hope everybody had a great lunch. Big thanks again to Farmrich, our sponsors in the back, for providing all those free samples earlier. Yay! All right. Before we get started with the amazing Danielle, oh, y'all, double spank's not working anymore. Everybody got one of these sweet IZEA bags. So, yeah, here we go. Look at your badges. You've got numbers. I will call the numbers. You will be a winner, hopefully. I think so. I believe in you. All right, 1574. 1574. 1574. No?
Okay, I am here.
Is that you?
No, but I am here.
Okay, good. Got it. You're here. All right. Let's try again. 1302. Oh, so close. 1302. Going once, going twice. Raise your hands. 1302. Where are you? Nope. One more, and then we're going Oprah style, y'all. 1596. 1596. Stand up. Where are you? No? Oh, you almost fooled me. No? Okay, all right. Thank you, Danielle. We're going Oprah style. Jen, go ahead and walk down that row. Yeah, everybody's raising their hands. Who wants a Kindle Fire? Who wants a Kindle Fire? Here's what we're going to do. Yeah, super exciting. Here's what we're going to do. Jen is going to walk down and hand you a Kindle Fire. If you're one of the 3 lucky people, who wants the Kindle Fire? Go, Jen. Go, Jen. Good. Thank you to our Amazon sponsors for providing the Kindle Fires. The new Kindle Fire is so affordable, everyone in the family can have one. All right. Yes, everybody wants Kindle Fire. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. I love it, though. I love it. If you missed what I just said, a big round of applause. Thank you so much to Amazon for providing the Kindle Fires. They're a great sponsor of ours. Yeah. I see artwork. If you have artwork, please be sure to hand it to the IZEA staff in the back so we can display that awesome artwork in our offices. Yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the next panel here. Just so the tech crew knows, people about to take the stage. Please welcome Andrew Lustigman of Olsham from Wolski, Suzanne Fanning of the Word of Mouth Marketing Association, or WOMA, Jen Berg from the Suburban Mom, Sadie Jane of SimplySadieJane.com, and Lauren Thomas of Cricket Wireless. Where are you at, y'all? Hi.
Other end of the couch. I won't bite you, okay?
Yeah, can I get up close?
Yeah.
I'm like, this is a big couch for two people.
This is a big couch for two people.
So welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Andy Lustigman. I'm an attorney at the firm of Olshan. I guess I should say #sponsored. And today we're going to be talking about a number of issues that affect both brands, creators, and agencies with respect to sponsored social. What I do is I'm trying to help clients get their message out in a legally defensible way. I'm not the person that just says no. We try to work around to say, how can we do this in terms of meeting your legal responsibilities. Today I'm joined with Suzanne Fanning from the Word of Mouth Association, Word of Mouth Marketing Association, sorry about that. Lauren Thomas from Cricket Wireless, Jen Berg from the Suburban Mom, and Sadie Jane from SimplySadieJane.com. Suzanne, you want to give a brief intro in terms of what does WOMA do?
Sure, nice crowd. Hi everybody, my name is Suzanne Fanning and I am the president of the Word of Mouth Marketing Association, known to our friends as WOMA. We are a nonprofit trade association for the social media and word of mouth marketing industries, and we focus on ethics, advocacy, and education. Prior to joining WOMA, I actually worked for several large global corporations, and I did run their influencer campaigns as part of my job in marketing communications. So I've been on all sides of the issues, and I'm very delighted to be here today. Thank you.
Lauren?
So hello, my name is Lauren Thomas. I lead national social media marketing for Cricket Wireless. At Cricket, we're really dedicated to providing first-class wireless experiences for our consumers at affordable prices with no annual contracts. Now, before I joined Cricket, I worked at a variety of social and digital marketing agencies, and I had the pleasure and privilege of working with a wide variety of companies, from mom and pop shops to Fortune 500 brands. In case you're wondering, yes, this is my real hair. But no, you cannot touch it. And I'm looking forward to sharing my perspective on this in this panel.
Thank you. Jen?
Hey, I'm Jen Berg from the Suburban Mom, which is a lifestyle blog about all things about being a mom and living in suburbia, lots of crafts and food and recipes. recipes, food, parties, that kind of thing. All about my life with my 2 little girls and my husband here in Orlando, Florida. So thank you.
And Sadie?
My name's Sadie Jane, and I am the owner of SimplySadieJane.com. I started as a labor and delivery nurse and just writing about my journey, and now I talk primarily about fitness and lifestyle as well. So you can get everything from my fashion to my fitness. I love talking about my journey of losing 80 pounds and then doing it at home, using my kids as weights and doing playground workouts, making myself look like an idiot. I really love doing that. So make myself relatable. Just talking about everyday life, but in a little bit more of a fun context. And that's me.
Great, great. Thanks, everybody. So these people just ate lunch, and so what they really want to hear about is sort of what the do's and don'ts are in the law. I know that's at the top of their mind. We heard a lot this morning about FTC compliance and regulatory compliance, typically with, most importantly, with the state of sponsored social. Suzanne, what are some of the key things that creators and brands need to keep in mind when engaging in sponsored social from a compliance standpoint?
I think if we kind of break it down to the one most important thing, it's really not complicated. In fact, it's something that you learned way back in kindergarten, and it's be honest. I mean, that's the most important thing. If you're being paid to say something, just make it clear to the consumer, because it's our job as content providers and as brands to make sure that we're building that bridge of trust between consumers and brands. We don't want it to be broken down, because then it's going to be horrible for you, it's going to be horrible for the brand, and it's really bad for the consumer. So all we have to do is make sure that we are being honest and transparent in everything that we do.
Lauren, what else would you recommend that creators and brands need to keep in mind with respect to posts and from a legal compliance standpoint?
I think the big thing from an FTC standpoint is that it's really important that whenever you are sharing content on behalf of a brand, that you're really clear and conspicuous about the relationship with that brand, right? And that applies whether you're an employee at the company, whether you're an agency who works for the company, or whether you're a creator developing content on behalf of the brand, that you're really open about whatever the connection is with the brand that may lead you to have some kind of bias in favor of the brand. I think another key thing to keep in mind is that as a creator, you cannot say anything about the company or their products that they cannot legally say. So for a nutrition company, for example, you could make a claim like this will help you lose 20 pounds if that's not typical of the product, or if that's not a claim that they can verify.
How about monitoring? To what extent do brands have an obligation to monitor what's being said by their sponsored social creators?
So every brand that I've worked with, we do tend to monitor all the content our influencers create, right? So we're looking for things like, are they following our legal guidelines? If they're using any claims about our products or services, is it a claim that we can substantiate? So we do tend to check all the content that comes from our creators about our products to make sure that everything is above board.
Good. Now, Jen and Sadie, Suzanne talks about being honest, being transparent. How do you go about disclosing that to your followers while at the same time being genuine? What are some of the things that you try to do?
Sure. I think in the long form blog post, the easiest and the most authentic, I can't even speak, way of disclosing is to actually weave it into what you're talking about. Not everything has to be, as black and white as right up front saying this is sponsored by. You can weave it into a nice conversational tone where you're saying, I was given these products, or I've been brought on board to talk about, or something like that. Just like you were talking to a person, the whole point is to let people know that you're, being sponsored or you've gotten these things, but you can do it in a conversational way.
Yeah.
But the important thing to remember too is that you have to do it on all of your platforms.
Yeah.
So you have a shorter time than some of the other platforms.
And the thing about IZEA that's so great is you guys know this, they are giving it to us anyway. We literally have to do nothing but give the creative content of why they're that's why you have been chosen for this campaign anyway. And so it's cut and dry with them. Another way though,
Can you expand on that?
Yeah, cut and dry as in you guys have seen the platform, and if you haven't worked with them, you're going to begin to because you're at the conference, but it says, you know, this is sponsored by, and it has the options that are given to you, and then it has everything laid out for you when you're doing the Instagram, you're doing the Facebook or Twitter. Please mention or add this, like for Twitter, for example, make sure the ad is before the link, the ad actual word. What's great though is if you do work with a brand specifically and not use IZEA, you have more of a little bit, you can do it your own way, like you were saying in the beginning. Oh, this is such a great opportunity to work with this clothing company. I am just so excited to promote this. I'm so excited to talk about this with you. I'm so excited to show you how I styled this jacket. I mean, you really can make it your own, but what's, like I said, great about IZEA, it's so cut and dry. And you just don't touch it. Don't even worry about that.
How about the different platforms? So you talk about blogs or Twitter feeds. What about videos? You know, how do you work that into videos?
And then they've recently said that, you know, just having a description within your YouTube page or something like that isn't enough.
Yeah.
The disclosure has to be of the equal level of what you're watching. So it needs to be in the video, or it needs to be, you know,
talked about in the beginning.
Talked about in the beginning.
And like, sponsored content, but the content you put out in general, as far as giveaway reviews on
for it, whatever you choose as disclosure, even if it's in 140 characters in a Twitter, you need to have ad or sponsored or something else, and it has to come before they could be directed away with a link. So we're not talking the entire tweet and then the link and then, oh, by the way, this is sponsored. It has to come before somebody could be directed somewhere else with a link.
And I mean, like we said before, I don't care if it's a piece of gum or if it's a whole bedroom makeover. Like whether you're getting something or even getting paid for it, anything that you're getting to talk about, you just want to be safe. Always put that in there, always. And like we said at the beginning, you can add something that it seems more organic, that flows better. It doesn't have to be so complicated.
And I think the most important thing that all of us talked about in the back is that not only is this what you're being told to do by the FTC, but also it's the best way to protect your integrity as a blogger, as a creator, by telling your readers, telling your viewers, this is where it came from. You know, I mean, you want to be open and let them know that this is what's happening. You know, you're not trying to hide what's going on in your life. People should understand that yes, you're making money from this, or yes, you're getting product. So you should want to put that out there as, you know, this is what's happening. Put the information out there and just be honest with people. If you tell them what's going on, then you're doing the right thing.
So they mentioned disclosure. It seems to be the big thing about disclosing the relationship, and that's a key thing from the Federal Trade Commission's perspective. To what extent do you think that there's a negative feedback from someone disclosing that it's sponsored, from an influencer disclosing something sponsored or an advertisement? Suzanne?
I don't think there is any negative feedback. I mean, again, like we said, honesty is always the best policy, and you should disclose every time. And if you have to question, should I disclose this? The answer is yes, you should disclose it. You should just go ahead and do it. And, you know, again, we were definitely all in agreement about that. And we were also talking about the fact that it's not just even disclosing that you have like the relationship, it's also making sure that you're giving a true review, something that is your true opinion, and it's not just fluff. And we have study after study that actually indicates a little bit of negative in that positive review makes it quite a bit more credible. So we were talking about the example of shoes, because we're all big fans of shoes. And we said, all right, I was actually just looking on a website last week, and it said, these shoes are absolutely gorgeous, but they kind of hurt your feet at the end of a long day. So I went, okay, well, I just want to wear them to a party, so I'm willing to take that pain. If I, in turn, had actually bought the shoes and I didn't see that review, I would probably be kind of mad at the store, and I'd be like, man, these things are uncomfortable. So in a way, you giving your honest opinion really does help you, helps the consumer, and helps the brand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, going back to the beginning when you said the disclosure thing, as far as a brand, you probably don't see any negative. In fact, it's so much better for you as far as communication goes. As a blogger, I don't know about you guys, but for sure I've seen negativity. People are like, another sponsored post, and it's annoying. It's a little bit annoying for us. But what's great is your readers get over it. Your followers, your readers will get over it. And I don't care if it's negative for them. If you're giving content that is organic and it's just, if not as good or better than your normal posts that aren't sponsored, they're not going to care anymore. So you have to gain that trust in relationship with your readers to know that I don't care if it's a sponsored post, it's still going to be just as great. Because there are people out there that are they're going to take every single one that they can. They're going to do any kind of sponsored post that they want, but you need to gain a relationship so that it's not negative for them. Because whether we like it or not, we have to put it in there. So there's just no skirting around it.
You know, a trial attorney that I admire, an old trial attorney, he taught me early on, when you have a negative fact, the best thing you can do is embrace it and make that fact yours.
Negative feedback is actually a gift sometimes.
You know, and it makes, and it goes to...
Media is good media.
Lauren, I interrupted you.
Yeah, I've got a different perspective on this from the brand side. I think, like Suzanne was saying, one key is when in doubt, disclose. Right, I know I've worked with some high-profile celebrities who feel like adding a hashtag ad or hashtag sponsored isn't authentic to their voices. And I think there's a way to still be open and transparent in a way that works for you. Saying, you know, thanks Cricut for sponsoring me, right? You might not have to add hashtag sponsored at the end, but you're still making it clear in a way that works for you. I've also been watching the space for a long time, and I know that sometimes when influencers do begin to work with brands in a way that's sponsored, sometimes you get negative flack for selling out. Right?
Yes.
And I think one point of that is, it's just something that you're leveling up. You know, the higher that you grow and you go, you do get more haters. But I think in the long term, if you're looking at building authentic relationships with your readers, giving your authentic opinions, I wouldn't worry about it, right? As long as you're being true to yourself and true to your brand and creating great content, don't worry about people who say you're selling out. I think you've seen that across the board, from celebrities to social networks, right? And they're still growing and shining, and you can do the same in a way that's open.
Sorry. Go ahead. Piggybacking on that, of if you're going to do it and not disclosing, and if you are this sensation, and they started doing ads, and they will do sponsored regardless of what may or may not come. At the end of the day, you need to disclose because it's the right thing to do, and people will recognize that.
And you were saying how, you know, ad and sponsored, those specific terms. Now, some social media assets or facets actually give you a little bit of leeway, whether you believe it or not. So like Jen and I were talking about the difference between ad and hashtag ad. On Instagram, there's really not a difference. So for me, I actually prefer it, and it flows better and maybe looks a little bit more organic if I put hashtag ad, hashtag fitness, hashtag outfit of the day, hashtag SS Jane Fitness. You know what I'm saying? Like make it blend. And maybe Jen doesn't use hashtags, I'm sure she does, but with that specific post, she wouldn't, so she would just use ad. There are ways to make it look more organic with you.
Now, we're talking about the disclosure obligation, typicality. Is this all just the lawyers getting everybody crazy, or has there been real action by regulators with respect to sponsored social?
There is absolutely real action that's been happening, and it's been happening with some giant. Am I allowed to name names of these cases?
It's public.
Because it's public record, okay? We've seen some major cases actually happen with Sony and with Microsoft because they failed to have their folks disclose. And there were reviews and posts and everything going up that didn't disclose about some of their gaming systems. We've seen Cole Haan get in some serious trouble. I mean, they're coming down. We talked a little bit about kind of where does the buck stop? And content creators maybe are feeling like it's the brand, and brands are saying, oh, I can't keep up with what all the content creators are doing. The truth is, and I think we all agree with this, and maybe we could say it on the count of three, who is responsible for disclosure? 1, 2, 3, everybody, right? Yeah. All of us are. What has been happening, though, most recently is the fact that they are going back to the companies. They're issuing letters to the companies, and then the companies are managing their content providers. Honestly, I don't know that that's always going to be the case. I mean, I think that they're going to start cracking down on some of the content providers. That would be my prediction. We've seen these giant cases. We've seen millions of dollars actually recovered because of these cases. And right now, we're seeing even more guidelines coming out. I have it on some good authority that the FTC is going to release some new guidelines on native advertising within the year. When we see a huge flurry of these guidelines being released by governing bodies, that means they're really getting ready to crack down. So it is important for you to understand these laws, know these laws, and follow these laws.
Well, and to piggyback on that, they're different for every social media outlet. And so, like, I don't know if you guys knew this is actually just new for Instagram, like within the last week, but if you're gonna do a giveaway, you can't have people tag people. It's actually not allowed anymore. And I mean, I had no idea. In fact, a friend actually just told me about it, and then I was like, oh, I better go read up on that too. So that, sometimes the creator is gonna want, or the brand is gonna wanna do, let's do a giveaway. Those are so great, that'll get more awareness for both of us. But as a creator, I've got it, this is my, like, baby, and it's going to come back on me. If they had found out that I had done a giveaway and tagged people and they saw that, they could shut me down for a week on Instagram. I mean, they could have only done it for a couple hours, but they're going to make their point if they find me. And the bigger and bigger you get, the more transparent you are to them, and the more they're going to watch you. So you can actually, there's policies that you can read up on. It's annoying, but it's necessary, especially if you're going to do this for your business. And you can even Google all of them too. What's the newest policies for Twitter?
And, you know, let me just jump in on that too. I mean, there are resources to help you. You can definitely go to the FTC website because they list out their guidelines and they publish the speeches that they've given, so you can actually see all of the actions that have occurred in the past few months. There are other resources because sometimes the FTC will come out with a guideline that's 58 pages, and maybe that is a little bit hard to kind of take in before you're getting ready to do a blog post about new baby formula, right? WOMA actually has a legal affairs committee that breaks it down to a 2-page document with, okay, we took it and we made it very brief. Here are the 2-sheeter of what you need to know to stay out of trouble. The IAB actually is a great resource.
Sort of information on endorsement guides, taking all of the things that creators and brands are doing, they break it down between creators, brands, affiliate marketers, and really trying to walk through. I would warn you there's some ambiguity and lack of clarity in it, so it's better to also go to these other sources, but it's certainly something worth looking at. But you know what, it's not just the Federal Trade Commission that's out there, right?
That's great.
I mean, you have other regulatory bodies, and what would social media be without Kim Kardashian?
That's a good example. She did get into a little bit of trouble there, I'm sure. Everybody heard about what Kim Kardashian actually did. She actually posted about a morning sickness drug that she was using, and she did not indicate
Kim's
that
pregnant?
She did not disclose that there was a financial relationship with her and this drug company. And so again, who did they come down on? Well, they actually did come down on the drug company, but Kim did remove all of her posts.
Well, and not only did they didn't do that, she didn't disclose any of the side effects, I mean, how long have we been watching TV and we get those commercials about a new drug, and the last 30 seconds are, oh, it could kill you. Oh, it could give you a seizure. I mean, they're so ridiculous. But that's not new for anybody. So nobody should, if I'm going to do, and I do a lot of health posts and I work with a lot of food companies even, the FDA is just as a stickler as the FTC. Guys, I know what they are, I promise. Anyway, they're going to be just as the sticklers, and so that's why she had to take it off, and she had to specifically write, I mean, it was like literally 2 pages long. This could cause this and this and this, and I mean, you cannot, it goes back to, I don't know if we've talked about claims yet, but you can't claim things, and there are going to be posts that you guys write, and the brands, if you're working with them, if they're a drug company or a food company or any kind of health or wellness, they know the FDA, they know them well, and so they're gonna make sure that they give you the guidelines that you need, and if they don't, you ask them, because there are some claims you can't make. Like if I'm working with a cookie company, I probably shouldn't put in there nutritious or healthy, and they're gonna have that. Now that doesn't mean that I can't add, oh my gosh, they're so good and I love them as a midnight snack. Like you can still make it positive, but just don't add those words in there. And then if they're asking you to put this much of content on the bottom of your blog post about drug side effects, you better believe you are, because you're going to get paid for that, and it's going to save your behind in the end.
So the key thing to keep in mind is, right, that a sponsored post is going to be viewed by a regulator as an advertisement.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
even if Kim is going to be talking about her morning sickness medicine, and it's her own genuine experience and her genuine thoughts with it, it still has to be evaluated by the brand this is as being an advertisement. Maybe we can talk a little bit about how brands can help creators, and creators can be helped in terms of making claims that are permissible, consistent with what a brand could say. Lauren, how does Cricut and how do you handle when you want to get your message out, but otherwise being consistent with what you can say, with what Cricut can say?
Yeah, of course. I think one big picture to keep in mind here is that what we're really seeing is that the creator economy and this data-sponsored social is evolving so quickly. And with that complexity comes confusion in the market, right? So what the FTC is trying to do is protect consumers and make sure that they are empowered and given all the information they need to make really informed decisions. So from a brand perspective, I think it's really important when you're working with creators to be upfront as possible in the beginning about what the guidelines and guardrails are. So laying out what are the approved claims you can use, what are the approved disclaimers, what situations require a disclaimer. So if you're a food company, maybe if they mention any weight loss claims or anything to do with nutrition, that triggers a need for this disclaimer. In my industry telecommunications, if we talk about pricing or coverage, there's certain approved claims and disclaimers we have to use, and including all of that up front in the brief really helps influencers when they're creating content to think in a way that's creative, but also allows them to play within the legal restrictions we have, because the FTC does require anything that's an ad, whether it's a billboard or a TV spot or a sponsored tweet, to have the same level of transparency for consumers, right? So being upfront going in.
And from the creator standpoint, when brands and marketers tell you upfront, this is the rules you have to play by, we love that. I mean, tell me, I'm not the expert in your field, you are. So if you can give me those guidelines that are specific to your stuff before I start creating my content, love it, versus us going back and forth later and you being like, oh, you can't say that, you can't do that, you can't do that. I don't know that. So things like what Lauren's talking about providing to creators are valuable to the brand and the marketer because you get the right message, and they're valuable to the creator because you're doing it once and you're doing it the way it needs to be done. But give me the make sure you allowing creators to be creative in their own field and to reach their target audience in the best way that they know how is going to be most beneficial for the brand as well. Just give me the guidelines, just like what you were saying.
And I think to that point, one of our goals is to have really great relationships with our influencers, right? So if I say up front, this is what I'm looking for, it empowers you to deliver that in a way that works for you. You know your audience best. We're looking to you for your creativity and your thoughts. So if we can work together to find a win-win, you bring your great ideas and your great content, and I'll bring the swim lanes.
I love the example actually when we were discussing in the back and we were talking about, well, if you were a playground company and you were giving information about a playground, she might write a post about how you can go to the playground and you can do all these health things with your kids and all that sort of stuff. I might write about just being there with my kids and making memories and stuff like that. But none of us are going to write about how we went to the zoo.
Yeah.
Because that's not where we are. And so give us the guidelines and tell us where to go, and then let us form our own things within that area.
Yeah. I think relationships are huge if you're building a brand. I'm a big believer in that. And I think that relationship with your readers are super important, but guess what? Your brand relationships are just if not more important. And I want to get on personal levels with them. I want to know about them. I want to be best friends with them, because if they love me, I'm going to get content from them. And it's like residual income, which is what we want, which doesn't really happen in the blog world. I mean, you get campaign to campaign. So what's great is I always try to shoot ideas to them. They might give me creative, but they love communication. Communicate with your brands. Well, here's a couple ideas of what I thought. You don't always have to do that every time, but sometimes I'll do that if I'm initiating a relationship with a brand. Or I could even say, is there a hashtag you would like me to use? Oh my gosh, you're willing to do that for me? Not just use the hashtag sponsored. I would love to add hashtag whatever my brand is, and that's just a little bit of something more that you're giving to them that gives them a little bit of more power that you're willing to do, but yet still gives you the creativity is the only thing that you want anyway, because you're the creator and you're wanting obviously to make it, sincere to you. So brand relationships is so important.
I love that point. I think I recommend creators here to really, when it comes to brand connections, pursue partnerships and not just paychecks, right? When we can develop really strong connections with our influencers, that leads to more opportunities for you, right? I might invite you to an exclusive event or bring you to a celebrity meet and greet that I might not give that same opportunity to people I haven't worked with closely. And I think being able to go to the brand and say, I've got this idea, I'd love to do this, and pitching that to us, we are often open to ideas. And if you can tie that back to, here's what it'll do for your business, for your brand, it's really a win-win.
Absolutely.
How do you, given a product, you're giving it to try, let's assume you don't like it. Now, you still have to feed your family, or whatever you're using, right? So, and you're doing this not just because it's a passion, but there's also a compensation component. What do you do? What do you do when there's a product or a service that either, one, you don't think fits with your personal brand image, or alternatively, you don't like it?
Sure. Well, and if you know up front that something's not going to fit or you're not going to like it or something like that, I will advocate all day long to say no. I actually had this conversation with a blogger this week where she turned down monetarily a huge opportunity for her because to her it was going against things that she believed for her blog. And I told her, look, you've turned this down, and so you've held up your own integrity, and then ultimately by holding up your integrity, you are building your brand as more value for the next partner that you are going to partner with. And so it is a lot about finding that balance of things that you believe in and things that you can use and things that you can actually share from a real standpoint. Now that said, you get things and you think they're going to be great and sometimes they're not, and it's okay then to either do one of two things. If there's nothing good you can say about it, I would personally want to read it. On the other hand, that makes it visible to people as well. So I mean, there definitely is that component of you've got to balance that you are trying to make a living doing this, but at the end of the day, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and you have to live up to the brand that you want to put out there for everybody to see.
Yeah, and it goes back to what I was saying as far as your readers trusting you with your posts, your sponsored posts. So if you're not posting about everything, if I'm not going to post about, well, I mean, I still eat cookies, so I probably would post about cookies, but I mean, that's a bad example, but if you're going to be posting about everything under the sun, they're going to be so annoyed. It's not true to your brand. So, I mean, not only are your integrity for yourself, for your growth of your brand, but you're going to get more followers in that. I mean, you're not going to find people running away. Your page views are going to continue to increase because of how organic and how real those sponsored posts are. And they don't seem as sponsored if they're more relatable, obviously, to yourself and to your readers.
How do you think a brand would react in terms of getting turned down by a creator?
Well, I think it's like we said, one thing is that negative feedback is a gift in several ways because you have a chance as a brand to respond to it. So let's say somebody does go ahead and give us a negative review. That's a chance for us to say, okay, let me help with that. It actually turns positive, and so that's pretty big. And again, I would echo what we were saying before, is that a tiny bit of negativity, because it's honest, always helps a little bit. And so when I was on the brand side and I was working with large groups of influencers, I said to them every time I sent anything, I want your true opinion. If you don't like it, you can say it. And maybe I might be a little bit more liberal than most. But they did, and I think it also made our influencers feel very powerful because they weren't just shillers. They were actually, their opinions matter to us. So I said it's fine to say, I like this trimmer, but I wish it had a hang hole. And in addition to that, we would add a hang hole later. I mean, it made us very responsive and it made us really connected with consumers. So I have never been scared of negative feedback.
And I'll speak as well. I really think that influencer marketing is a lot like dating, right? Sometimes you're just not a fit and that's okay. But I think in the long term, if you find yourself in a place where you're turning down a brand, keep it classy. Right? You never know where that brand manager is going to go, where the agency is going to go next. So if you can keep it classy, polite, keep that dialogue open.
A nice breakup.
Yeah, there might be a way to work with that brand in the future, that person. So you want to keep the dialogue open.
Well, and just really quick, I love the part about positivity because you don't have to make anything negative. You don't at all. In fact, if anything, it could benefit you and the brand. For example, if I'm doing a shoe company and I say, you know what, this running shoe is actually too much cushion because I actually love this minimalist shoe that they offer better because that's just how I am, my feet are low maintenance. Now look at how many different consumers you're bringing into your brand. You're not just using this cushion, great running shoe, you just brought in this CrossFit shoe, and you have different consumers. And so now you're gonna sell 2 shoes rather than 1. So it's a very, I mean, it can be very good, positive.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it's really about sharing your, again, honest opinion and experience, right? And if that includes some things you wish were different or that you want to recommend other people, then that's fair, as long as you're being above board and fair to the brand if they're compensating you to create that content.
Right, totally.
You know, one of the things that stuck out this morning in Ryan's presentation on the state of sponsored social was the tremendous disparity between awareness of responsibility and obligations between creators and brands. I don't remember the specific numbers, but it was something like 2/3 of creators were aware of their obligations, and the flip side with brands, 2/3 of brands were not aware of their responsibilities. What do you guys attribute that to? Suzanne?
You know, I think that, well, we're trying definitely to do our job, making sure that everyone's educated. We've heard a lot more about these regulations as kind of the digital revolution has carried on. And so I think that the trade organizations are going to continue to try to educate folks. And I think it's great that we have forums like this where we can all get together and talk. And we definitely are counting on all of you to help you to use proper disclosure and to help spread the message as well. And it's okay for content providers to go back to the brands, because there are, like we talked about earlier, absolutely brands that are not focused on disclosure. They will value you if you go back and say, look, we have to use proper disclosure. This is the way that it is. They will respect you. And so, you know, I think it's going to go, I think it's on everybody. It's on the brands to do it. It's on the trade orgs to educate and the regulatory bodies to educate. And it certainly is on the content providers to make sure that we're following all of that.
Yep. Yeah, I think there's so many reasons why there's that disconnect with brands not being familiar, right? I think a lot of the smaller companies aren't really savvy quite yet with social and how disclosures work. I think in larger companies, there's so many cooks in the kitchen, it's hard to keep them all educated, right? The challenge here is at the end of the day, I didn't know is not a legal defense, so the onus really is on us as brands, as agencies, as creators to stay informed about it.
That's right. If I don't know the speed limit, I'm still going to get a speeding ticket. And so that's what we're going to see happening in this space.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of it also goes back to that in some cases, marketers and brands have been so used to all of these other forms of marketing. You know, everybody's grown up with the newspaper and the TV and all those things that didn't require these regulations, that now that they're shifting to the digital, shifting that mindset of disclosing and all those regulations is not quite coming along with it. There's a lot of
Jen, let's take that point, because what you're saying is that they know the rules with respect to traditional media. But the FTC says that consumers don't expect sponsored social to exist. You know, we're almost 10 years into this since Ted's video with you know, pay per post.
Yeah.
You know, is that realistic? Do consumers not know when someone who has 5 million followers starts talking about a particular product, or when you have your high quality, you know, blogs that you're talking about something? I mean, isn't it really what's the consumer reasonably expect?
You know, I think in some ways the FTC is naive in thinking that people don't get it. However, as we talked about, there is always somebody who is not going to get that me going like this is my Fiji water thing, which, by the way, I'm not compensated by Fiji, but just as an example. You know, so there is this disconnect to me, because I feel like at this point people should know. I mean, people, it's so in your face that people should know, but the bottom line is that it doesn't matter whether they should. It doesn't matter that the FTC to. The bottom line is you should. You know, it may have been doing this for long enough, and I've disclosed since the beginning, although my forms of disclosure have changed as the rules have changed. It just becomes part of the natural conversation. You know, if you went to your best friend and you said, hi, I'm gonna serve you Fiji water today. She'd be like, are you crazy? Like, what's going on? But you could say, hey, Fiji sent me all this great water and we're trying it out. And then you become part of the conversation and just disclosing becomes part of it. But
I think what I see is when I talk to people outside of the industry, they really don't understand how creators make a living, right? I work for a Fortune 500 company in social media. My mom doesn't understand what I do or how I can pay my rent doing this, right? So I think it's fair to say a lot of consumers don't understand it. And so it's really important to us to keep them protected by having those disclosures, I think.
But I think what I took from the State of Sponsored Social report was also that it really didn't matter to consumers, right? The most important thing that mattered to them was sincerity.
Yes,
And,
absolutely.
and that's the key thing.
Yeah.
As someone once told me, sincerity is the most important thing. Once you learn to fake that, it's all downhill from there. What about working with celebrities? The mommy bloggers and the fitness bloggers, they're going to need to disclose. A lot of times, celebrities don't disclose. When do you think that a celebrity should disclose the relationship and should otherwise be bound by that? I mean, you saw with Kim Kardashian, the claim she'd made triggered a responsibility on the drug company. But how about the obligation to disclose? Coca-Cola works with Taylor Swift, right? But they also work with Vine stars that have 5 million followers. When is there an obligation to disclose that you think for a celebrity?
Well, I love working with celebrities. We recently sponsored a major awards ceremony in June and sponsored a national tour with top pop artists, which was fantastic. So at Cricut, we do require our celebrities to also disclose when they're posting that it's hashtag sponsored or that we're sponsoring them, so it's super clear. But I've seen other major brands. There's one huge sports apparel company, and their take on it is if so-and-so is appearing in my TV spot, it's still clear and conspicuous we have a paid relationship, so she doesn't need to disclose in ads. I think as long as you're working to be, again, clear and transparent, that's the goal, and different companies approach it differently.
Suzanne?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, obviously, the big stars, the big celebrities are definitely obligated to disclose. I think maybe even more than most because in some cases they carry more influence. So it goes back to that whole thing of building that bridge of trust with consumers.
Okay. Sadie, you talked about contests before.
Yes.
You mentioned contests. So what impact do you think on contests have? Again, are you getting product, something given from the sponsor that should be disclosed? And what other legal sources do you think you need to check besides the platform's guidelines?
Well, I mean, the brands can give your own policies as well as far as like the guidelines of that.
Andrew?
And then,
Sorry.
no, you're fine.
I know you guys can't see the monitor. Sorry, guys, but 1 minute warning because we're over.
We're over. Okay.
Sorry, I know it's so exciting. Sorry about that.
The disclosure.
Just read all the crap and you'll figure it out. Just kidding. No. Yeah. There you go.
Well, I guess we have our time cut off, but we're happy to answer questions afterwards. If you have any questions to any of us, we're thrilled to do it and really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Thank you about. Y'all guys have been sitting down there waving at y'all. Before we move on to the next one, remember you cannot get into the park without your credentials and your. Yes, and somebody lost their ticket, which nice people in row 5 over here found. So if you're in that area and you lost your ticket, please come find me later. But for now, moving on to augmented reality and the future of content creation with Carl Childers. What?
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what I saw. I'm getting it from her. just back to the.
My name is Carl. To spread enlightenment and change the world. And I need your help. That's right. Over the next 25 minutes, I want to talk to you about how we can work together to change the world. You didn't know you were going to be heroes when you woke up this morning. You probably didn't feel like it after last night either. However, you are going to be heroes. And together, we're going to change the world. These guys, I give you the future of content. It is immersive, it is interactive, and it can be very disruptive to presentations and to markets. See what I did there? Let's get rid of these guys. Entertainment and the way we distribute it rapidly because of the proliferation of innovation. They don't really head-mounted displays and visors. These ushering in and the shift towards augmented reality and virtual reality is now here. The promise of alternate realities has always been great. You know what the premise is? You put on some goggles, right? And you don't go anywhere, but you can be transported anywhere. The germ, the seed that is alternate reality to get here. It tried to commercialize, but every time there was a misstep or a miscue, and it is because of those things that happen that this medium got relegated to, oh, it's a gimmick, or it's for geeks, or it's for gamers. It's true. It is absolutely disrupting the gaming industry. And I believe that this shift is actually one of the most innovative and brightest advances in modern technology. And it has challenged some of the most brilliant minds in technology to take what was once a far-fetched idea and turn it into reality. And boy, have they. You might have heard of this guy before, Mark Zuckerberg. In case you've been living under a rock, he created a small platform named Facebook. Last year, he put on a head-mounted display called the Oculus Rift. 2 weeks later, or rather 2 months later, he owned the company. He paid $2.3 billion cash. They said that they locked themselves in a room for 3 days until they worked the deal out. But why? What did he see? I'll tell you what he saw. This medium is the next social defining moment. It is the next big thing. You see, Mark Zuckerberg built his empire based upon connections that are deep and being connected to the people you love and the content you love. And what he saw is that now the world is your computing platform. Right about the same time, a previously unknown company in the augmented reality sector named Magic Leap, in a B round of funding, they got $542 million. That is an amazing amount of money. How did they do that? I'll tell you. They got a group of investors with the likes of Google and Legendary Films and a plethora of other people, and they put them in a conference room, and then they strapped these goggles on them and they go, hey, look up. And they looked up, and the people saw dragons flying into the rooms. And the president and CEO of Legendary Films, his name's Mike Tolley. Now this man is in the business of wowing people. He is in the business of content creation at the highest level. He has used the virtual effects, and that he can't be impressed, but he was quoted as saying, I couldn't get my smile off my face as he was stumbling into the parking lot, fumbling with his phone, trying to call his office, basically to ship a bunch of money. Why? Why? Because they saw the future too that day. And the future is, the world is your silver screen. So now the world is your computing platform. The world's your silver screen, right? Here's the deal. You connect people with their childhood dreams of limitless creativity and innovations, and you have struck gold. And they know that. They know that. I love this kid right here. He's great. Limitless innovation as a kid. Now think about it. Do you remember when everything was possible? You know, and then it happens. We all grow up, right? And we have to push those away. What? Are huge business. It's a huge business. So market analysts, DigiCapital, they're also an investment bank. They do research on mobile trends all over the globe. And they looked at the augmented reality and virtual reality. So they hypothesized from right about now, literally from a week or so, it's going to skyrocket from 0 to $150 billion in 5 years. 150 billion. And you know what? Lucky for every person that can hear me, content is the foundation upon which this whole market will be judged and built. And here's the thing about that. The amount of content that will be needed and the rate at which it will be needed has not ever been seen before. But you know what? But I don't feel sorry for you, because ground zero, and it's the market evolution and the ground zero. You're lucky. There's not too many times in this world where you will actually hit it right with everything. So let's look at it. What is virtual reality? It's also known as immersive multimedia. And within the market over the next 5 years, it's expected to have tens of millions of users, probably in the high tens of millions. And that's a lot. So, what is the goal of virtual reality? The goal of virtual reality is to create an environment that simulates your physical presence in that environment. Now, presence is the key driver for virtual reality. And presence happens when the content that you create is so immersive that it tricks your mind into believing that what it is seeing is real. And it is very powerful in visceral connections. You know, the state of the market today is this. Mostly what you'll find, which is very innovative, and I want you all to think about this, especially bloggers, or you might have a cooking show, or whatever the case may be, you can get what's called a 360-degree camera. And this is basically what's offered in the first version of virtual reality, okay? So it can put you in an environment, be it the pyramids, the International Space Station. It will put you there from a fixed point. And that fixed point is where the camera was when it was recording the information. But the beautiful thing is these innovative cameras are proliferating. GoPro has them and other people have them, so Google it. It's how you can get involved in virtual reality today, essentially. All right, so moving on from 360-degree video, this is where it really can start to deliver on the promise, where you are in an environment where your physical presence is grounded there and you believe it, and then you can walk around in this environment and explore this 3D space and interact with the content. That is the next step. So what am I saying? How many people like sports here? I love football, okay? So here's the thing about football. Imagine this. Imagine watching a real football game while it's being played live and in real time, but you having the choice to be able to personalize your perspective. What does that mean? That means you can be on the field where the quarterback is standing, where the running back is standing. You can move in and out of the content. You can be at the 20-yard line. You can be at the 50-yard line. What I'm saying is that there's no limitations anymore. It's like a game, but it's a real 3D environment. So at my company at Hexu, sometimes we like to talk about, football game. Imagine taking the perspective of the ball, the tip of the ball, right, as it leaves the hands of the quarterback and flies 40 yards down the field into the outstretched hands of a wide receiver that is in full stride that goes in for a touchdown. And then sweeping time, which means rewinding time, and seeing from another perspective the ball come into the receiver's hands. It is possible. That is where we are at. That is innovation, and it can be done. And innovators and creators are working on these things. What was once only possible in your dreams is now a reality. One of the most exciting avenues of virtual reality is 3D product placement, commercials. I love that. This part gets me very excited because if virtual reality elicits very deep and meaningful connections, and the goal of virtual reality is to connect you with immersive content, think about what that could do for your content creation, for your stories, for your brands. You know, what I believe is that these 3D holograms, which you can create today with tool sets. Windows 10 comes hologram enabled. You have tool sets there to create them. You could do it today and other ones. But you could create holograms that will be put deeper into the environment and thus deeper into the reality of the people that are watching this in more deep and meaningful ways. Imagine watching a commercial where it's a shampoo commercial. This is a friend of mine, so he's going to love it that he just appeared 20 feet by whatever that is. But imagine the shampoo commercial, and the premise is your hair smells great and makes you look good. And you're watching it with a pair of smart glasses on, and all of a sudden you hear those pesky claws on the floor, and you look up, and a life-size raptor that your mind actually thinks is real is walking through, steps over your couch, goes around you, and sniffs. What kind of reaction do you think you would have? Now, whether you would want a raptor actually doing that is irregardless of the point that I am making here. Because I don't know that I would. But, you know, interchange that with what you would like to see. Maybe some of you would love for Brad Pitt to come and hand you, a glass of water, or whatever the case may be. It is possible. And it is reality now. So, here's the deal about connections. What you see is real. I read about a study group where there was about 30 individuals of all ages, and they're in a room, and they're being told, okay, when you put on these goggles, what you see is not real. You are really in this room, okay? So you are grounded in this world. But what you are going to see is you will be standing at the edge of a cliff, and you will be looking over. And we want you to know that it's not real. And they're like, well, of course it's not real. So they put it on. And they're like, what you are seeing is not real. People fall to the floor and start backing away from it and feeling like this. People are shaking, and they say, take a step forward. And nobody can. Now, they know that they're in a room. They are being told this the whole time. They're like, what you see isn't real. Just step forward. What you see isn't real. Step forward. And nobody can. Their fight and flight system is in high alert because it protects us from perceived danger. So what does that say? Do I want to walk off a cliff? No. But what I'm saying is that they are so immersed in the content and so connected with it that they believe that what they see is real, and their response to it is visceral. That is power. That is absolute power. Augmented reality. It's going to be bigger than virtual reality. It's going to pervade our whole lives. It will go well beyond the extension of content, and it will go well beyond the extensions of commercials and stories. It will be involved in things like the Internet of Things. And everything has to be is going to have tens of millions of users with a $20 billion market cap in 5 years. Who wants some of that money? I do. Augmented reality is set to have hundreds of millions of users. Hundreds of millions, because here's how we have to think about those. Your phones and your tablets already have very powerful sensors, and they have powerful cameras, and they can already render quality 3D assets. So essentially, the analysts say that augmented reality is going to cannibalize the infrastructure of mobile. So what does that mean? 10 years from now, maybe we won't be looking at our phones anymore. Your phones will be on a device. And this is not science fiction. The prototypes are out, and people are working on it, and it's real. And here's the lucky part. Content has infiltrated absolutely everything we do. We want to consume it 24 hours a day, right? It is a very powerful force in our world. Lucky for you guys, you control that power. You really do. And I want you to take away from this, and we'll get to it in a second, and I'll tell you how we're going to save the world together and become heroes and make a lot of money. And that sounds pretty good for a Friday afternoon. But here's the thing. Content can be an enabler of a more enlightened society. But how do we do that? It's just content. No, it's not. See, here's the deal. With smart glasses, what you're doing is you're putting them on your face, right? So what you are not doing is this. I don't see you guys anymore. The world is gone. I am disconnected so that I can connect to the content that I care about and I need. But I can't see you, and I cannot take in the world around me. And connections are an innate. There's no innate desires to connect to the people we care about, to the content we care about, to the stories we care about. And so I argue, and I'm guilty, and everybody is, because that's just where the market is we're all like this, disconnecting ourselves from the world. But how do we foster a more enlightened society? Well, by supporting the technologies like smart glasses or visors. And visors are just a fancy word for something that's more like a shield in front of you. Okay, Microsoft has a HoloLens product that is a self-contained holographic computing device. It is a visor, okay? So by supporting these types of technology, what we are really doing is we are fostering a heads-up computing world where we can take in the world around us as we consume the content that we so desire. You know, these innovations like augmented reality have already made their ways into the windshields of high-end cars. where you can drive and look through holograms, and your brains are very powerful enough to see through them without being overly distracted and see the road in front of you. You know what scares me, and you know why I get passionate about this, is because with people in their phones and they're driving down the road, and of the cars that I see in Atlanta, the people aren't even looking at the road. Not only are they not going like this, but a couple of weeks ago, a lady goes past me so fast, it wasn't even funny, and in a blur, I saw her like this, driving a 5,500-pound truck, not even looking at the road. She is cut off from the world. And this is how we can become heroes. We foster the enlightenment of a heads-up technology where people can take in the world and take in the content around them. At the same time, there is a huge market taking off where we can make pretty good money, and happy people and successful people with a great cause can do amazing things. And the thing about content and connections in this market, the content portion in and of itself is big business. It's $20 billion just for the content. No hardware, no nothing. But I argue that if each one of you hear at least a piece of what I'm saying, and you realize that you do have a role to play in this nascent market that's about to take off, and you can contribute to the adoptions of heads-up computing and foster a more enlightened society, that this number of 20 billion will have to be revisited. VR and AR can deliver because, again, and I say this again and again and again, but life is all about connections. You know how it is when you meet those certain people that become your friends or like family? It's about connections. And the movies that move you in life, you're connected to the story or the character. AR and VR can deliver these to you every single day, wherever you're at. Now, I'm not suggesting that strapping on a goggle is going to replace going out and actually seeing the world. It's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is when you can't go, you can either create for other people places and experience that they might not be able to offer. You can time travel every single day. Here's your journey. This is the cause that I want you to take up in whatever small or large measure, okay? You can read yourself. Your journey is to challenge technology, to foster a more responsible and thus enlightened world. Make a bunch of money along the way. Have fun. There's nothing wrong with that. And here's the deal. To content creators, to you brands, to investors that give us all the rocket fuel to do what we're inspired to do. This industry is wide open for all of us, from content to storage to distribution and consumption. It is all a wide open field for creativity and innovation. You can make a difference. You can be involved. The market is depending upon you. And what I argue is a safer world and a more enlightened world is depending upon you. And I think more people need to spread enlightenment more. I think big business sometimes and businesses don't do that enough. And I get it. But what kind of world are we really fostering by keep going down a road where we become more and more disconnected? That's not natural. I'm guilty of it. My daughter just told me last week, get your face out of your phone. She's 7, and she was right. It was a beautiful day, and I'm sitting in the side porch, and I'm sitting like this, consuming content, which is awesome that I'm consuming content, but she's totally right. Get your face out of your phone. So where are we today? This year, these innovative devices that were made out of cardboard, they're essentially viewfinders. When I was a kid, they had these viewfinders that you put a disc in and you click the button and it goes one picture after another. These are more like those. So what you do is you drop a phone in the back and you can download an app and you can experience a 360-degree video. There's been a couple of million of those that have been sent out. And Google is sending out another 1 million at the beginning of November. So we are just at the beginning of that. And then augmented reality, there are applications, and there are more industrial installations. But really, what I'm here to tell you is that 2016, and that's like what, 9-10 weeks away, is when this takes off. Because in the first quarter, high-end virtual reality platforms are releasing from major companies. And not only that, last week, our CFO was talking to a global public relations firm. And what they said to us is, every single major client that we talk to across the globe, every single one of them, if they don't bring it up first, then the client brings it up about establishing some form of virtual reality or augmented reality initiative. They're going to need you people in this room to do that. So it is on everybody's mind. The future is here. There's $150 billion at stake. There's a heads-up computing world can foster an enlightened society. The world is now your computing platform. The world is now your silver screen. You have no limitations anymore. You need to throw out the language that we have developed over the past 100 and so years since moving pictures on how to tell stories. Throw it all out, because you know what? We have to reinvent it all for this medium. And you get to have a part in that. Are you ready? Are you ready to miss $150 billion? No, I don't think you are. Are you ready to get involved? Even if it's 360-degree video. Go Google virtual reality, augmented reality if you haven't. Google what the market is saying. Google what investors are doing. Google the players in it. I have a hashtag up there. Now, I get very passionate, and I'm sorry if you felt like I was preaching at you. I love this technology because it's not about the technology, it's about a bigger cause. And again, that's having a more connected world and spreading enlightenment. That is safer. Safer for my children and for all of us. So, if you have technical questions or want to continue the conversation, please use that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Mr. Carl Childers, please. Oh. From HexU. Y'all learn about that virtual reality. Anybody? Jamiroquai? No? It's all right. Thank you again, Carl. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break now, sponsored by Red Bull. I know y'all, I know angels, but we're going to give you wings anyway. The Red Bull ladies, come out and get some Red Bull going. Please be back here in about 10 minutes. We'll come back to shareable, snackable, and trackable. Thanks, y'all.
Tips the scales, yeah, you keep me sane. I'll be the clouds beyond your skies, I'll flutter by like butterflies. I'll be the blue inside your eyes, your crazy loving keeps me paralyzed. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like to see reflections of you all around. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like. Oh, this is what it sounds like to hear reflections of you all Wanna taste you again like a secret or a sin. Wanna feel you again like the ocean sand on my skin. I'll be the fight against your fears, forever here, just save those tears.
Yeah. Hey guys, this is mostly for the folks here in this section. Did anybody figure out whether or not they lost their Disney card? If so, come find me during the break. I'm gonna be right over here. Just let me know. If not, it's your loss. It's your loss.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
Welcome back, guys. I'll give you guys a second to get into your seats here while I introduce the next panel. Please welcome to the stage for Shareable, Snackable, and Trackable, presented by Marzetti, Mara Greenwald of TPN, Carrie Silberman of Lo Profero, Nick Evans of Machismo, and Laura Fuentes of Momables, and of course our moderator, John Wright from East End Market. Don't forget about the 5-minute timer. It's going to be on those red blocks.
I want to sit next to him. That way we like.
It's going to be the red
sort
block.
of sandwich. Yeah.
All right. I guess we can rock and roll.
Whoop, whoop.
Can you guys hear us?
Hello.
Check,
Hello.
check, check. All right, here we go.
Check.
We're going to arm wrestle. These are the corporate people. These are the back home recipe people. It's going to be awesome. So, Mara Greenwald with TPN, you're the social marketing manager. Carrie Silberman, director of social media for Lo Profero. Nick Evans, owner, head cheese at Machismo. And Laura Fuentes, owner and founder of Momables. I'm John Reif. I'm the founder owner of East End Market, which is a food hub here in Orlando. We've got a bunch of food merchants and urban farm, a bunch of cool stuff. So we spend a lot of time in this world working with food bloggers to help promote our company in much the same way you guys do. So I'm going to give you guys each about a minute to introduce yourself. We'll work left to right or right to left for the audience, and rock and roll, Nick.
Sure. Yeah, my name's Nick Evans. I am the owner of Machismo.com. I've been writing about food and teaching people how to cook at home for about 8 years now. Last year I published my first cookbook called Love Your Leftovers. You can check it out in the back, in a little booth back there. And yeah, I've posted almost 2,000 recipes on my blog, so I'm pretty active there, and I love emailing with people and using social media to see what people are cooking every day. So, yeah.
I'm Laura Fuentes, and I'm the founder of Momables.com. And what I do there in my company is I help parents make fresh food for their families, but I also blog on my personal blog, LauraFuentes.com, where I give the families the inside look of what it's really like to cook for a family, and that's where I interact with brands and work with brands and do all the campaign work.
Awesome.
Great. I'm Carrie Silberman. I'm the director of social media at Lo Profero, a digital agency in New York. I get to work with really fun food brands like Marzetti, as well as Javiana's and Remy Martin.
Hi, I'm Mara Greenwald. I am the social marketing manager at TPN. It's a retail agency, but we actually do a lot of management of social platforms for brands. So I lead a lot of the social strategy of what we're going to post on Facebook, Pinterest, Instagram, and a lot of measurement of that success. And we also do a lot of work with influencers. So a lot of influencer marketing. Hidden Valley, for example, we've done some programs with them on behalf of Walmart. And we also do a lot for the brands where we actually manage their food platforms.
Awesome. All right, so this is obviously a session about food. I know in our business we see a lot of food as a kind of common denominator for people, both full arm tattoos to penny loafer wearers. What do you guys think, in general, why is food something that is so shareable and finds engagement with in social media? Open to anybody.
I'll start, I guess. I think food is so shareable, well, one, because obviously people have to eat every day, but moreover because I think it gives people a way to make memories through sharing things with food, towards eating with other people, friends, family. So it's a way to kind of remember a fun time you had or remember an experience. And so I think food kind of ties all that together.
So I approach it on the how-to side, how to make real food and fast and quick and easy for a family. So I think the recipes I focus on to make them shareable is because I try to solve a problem that everyone has, and when the problem is solved in a quick and easy way, then naturally I'm going to hope that they'll tell someone else about it.
Gotcha. So kind of on that line, we had talked when we were back there about you're seeing some stuff coming in of people doing like top-down video of stuff. Like, what is it about food and the way it's presented photography-wise or whatever that you guys, as brand ambassadors for this brand, are saying we like the way this looks, but maybe not this? Like, what's really standing out in food photography right now, and when are people getting it right? Like, you go, this is it.
For me, it's about the moment. Oreo was able to capture everyone and go viral when the lights went out at the Super Bowl and they said, you can still dunk in the dark. So for us, it's about being adaptive. Photography is important. You can always make sure it looks right, but for us, it's about adding the hashtag and being in the moment when you're posting about food.
Okay. Let me ask you last kind of on that. So when you're looking for influencers, are you looking at people that are exceptional food photography folks, or you're looking at their level of engagement on their existing content, or is it quality driven? Like, when you're trying to figure out, devote between these 5 and you're going to pick 3, what is the tipping point on some of that stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. We like to establish some criteria, and not really necessarily like minimums, but what we do is, for food especially, we know first of all Instagram and Pinterest are going to be huge. So that's going to help us narrow down and say, okay, we're going to look at people who have pretty significant reach on Instagram and Pinterest. And then from there, what we do is we really, really focus a lot on engagement. We're all about engagement and not reach. So if you have 100,000 followers and 100 likes, something's not adding up. So we're really looking for the people that are engaging their following, where people are commenting, I love this, I want to make this, I made this on Tuesday, things like that. And then that really helps us narrow it down. So it's not like we're setting up a minimum reach requirement or looking for something like that. Yes, we're usually looking for good food photography because that usually translates into really good engagement. So that's kind of how we set our criteria and also how we measure our success.
Okay, so it is very easy with technology in your pocket these days to take photographs or to blog or use Twitter or Instagram. How in that cluttered field do you guys come up with a unique voice that stands out from the thousands of people that are going, I have an iPhone, I want to be a food blogger? How do you create a unique voice, and what is yours? Like, what is your take? What do people think of you as?
Sure, yeah. So I think I sort of present myself as a food blog that people can relate to, that they can go to and see something that they could make in their own kitchen. And hopefully I relay that and give them confidence through the photos. So the photos should sort of teach, should inspire, and I hopefully translate that well through photography. So.
Yeah, I try to incorporate different media assets like videos, perhaps not in my first round of creating a post, but sometimes I'll go back, that was such a great recipe, it really deserves a how to make it video. And so that really brings a let's make it together type of visual, all under 2 minutes for sure, short, quick, because if I can teach someone how to make something and inspire them to do it at 6 o'clock at night in just 2 minutes, that's, for me, that's success right there. So, quick, shareable moments in different mediums, for sure.
Okay, so kind of like actionable, relevant, like easy to consume. Because I feel like, you look at the landscape of it, and from someone that's not food blogging and taking food photography every day, I'm thinking I see the bacon-wrapped, deep-fried Twinkie as the shock value post, and that's like the low-hanging fruit, and I'm sure that's not what you guys want either. So how do you, get, like, how hands-on are you with the folks that are doing sponsored content with you to say, look, we really don't want the extreme, we want something, like, what is the alternative to that? That if someone goes, I want to stand out to these brands because I'm going to do something so crazy, but maybe it's not congruent with the brand. And so what are you looking for that's not the deep-fried bacon-wrapped Twinkie?
Well, for us, we like the deep-fried bacon Twinkie because we know there's a niche for that, but it's really finding the right niche for our brand and having the influencers post, that for that niche. So, for example, for Marzetti brands, we have veggie dip, and we tapped into this niche behavior of extreme dipping with extreme athletes. So we're having extreme athletes actually dip the food. And that's a niche, that you can combine with food and, sort of compete with the weirdest stuff out there.
I see a partnership with Red Bull,
Totally.
skydiving, dipping,
Yeah, we'll talk to that.
Yeah, nice. So how hands-on are you guys with your sponsored brand ambassadors, let's say? Like, how much are you going, here's the PDF, do not stray from this,
So we always establish some guidelines and a background on the brand. I mean, first of all, we really identify influencers that we feel align with the brand. If they don't align with us, then we're not going to start the relationship in the first place. And then from there, we set a couple guidelines. There's some brands that, where they don't like a bite taken out of their food for some reason, or certain things that might indicate if it's a packaged item that it didn't arrive the right way. So little things like that. But to be perfectly honest, really, the reason that we are working with food influencers and bloggers is they're the experts in the space. So we want to give them the creative freedom to be experts and to really create great content. So we find that if anytime there's ever too many parameters placed, the content that comes back isn't going to be as great as it potentially could be.
But if I may add to that, as an influencer, when I'm creating, I always go to the brand before I even get started and go, hey, I know you kind of like this idea, but let me show you how I'm going to take it from here and make it unique. Before I even, because you sometimes hear from other bloggers, man, I photographed it, I was ready to make the post live and this and that, and now the brand doesn't like it. But they told me I had free reign to be creative. But that still means that somewhere along the line, as a creator, you have to go back and forth and say, hey, remember this, I know this is, but show brands how what you're creating is going to have your take on it, or your signature. How's it going to be unique? I had this phone call this morning, so that's why that was fresh. Yeah. But that's really helpful, because then together you can work to make this post really great.
Okay, awesome. So I know you guys, looking at your track record and your footprints across the internet, are on multiple social networks. Your blog obviously, but then are also pushing content out. To what extent do you lean more towards one or the other? Do you post something on the blog and then you automatically post the same thumbnail to everything? To what degree are you curating content to the specific needs and design aesthetic of those platforms?
I think that's really important. I think certain platforms respond well to different styles. So, what works really well on Instagram is not necessarily going to work on Pinterest. And so you have to do some research and figure out what those mediums are responding to, and then actually take the time, which is more time, to craft images that work for that platform. I think it's really important. So I try to not just copy and paste content across the board and sort of post and then repost and repost and repost. You have to be a little bit more mindful these days, I think, to really take advantage of, what is Instagram good for, how are people using it, and then sort of work in that model to find something that works.
Okay, so from the other side, kind of going, all right, so they're posting on a bunch of different stuff. You all have pretty decent followings on all the different social media groups. If you're starting a campaign, are you saying this is an Instagram campaign, or are you saying, okay, we're doing this veggie drizzle thing, we need it on everything? And then are you looking for someone that's strong on all platforms? Or are you going for, I want the Instagram star for veggie dips, and that's all we're doing is pushing Instagram?
No, we're definitely always, picking channels that we think will fit the demo and the target of the product we're trying to push. And same with the influencers. We definitely want to work with the best influencers by space versus finding one with, an okay presence on a bunch.
Okay.
For us, it depends. There's some brands that we have almost a network established where there's content coming in throughout the year that we work into our own social calendars. So a blogger in that case might post on their blog, and then they would provide us with photos and assets and say, here's a good pin, here's a good Instagram post, and we'll work that in months in advance to our social calendars so that we make sure we're using it. But on the other hand, a lot of times now we are really looking for an Instagram campaign. I think Instagram's probably the biggest right now, where that's becoming so specific, where you can reach someone and convince someone that it's a great product to try just on one platform. I know a lot of our beauty campaigns are now turning to Instagram focused and very Instagram specific, but it depends on the campaign and it depends on the content.
When you're working with someone, let's pick the beauty campaign, what is the likelihood that you are going to repost something they've posted about the brand on the brand's site? Because I can say that's probably part of the incentive. Like Tourism Australia, their whole shtick is finding Instagram photos of people, and they don't post any of their own stuff. There's nothing that they've paid to create. It's about promoting their promoters. So how often are you seeing, like as an incentive, I go, I might be on, to millions of people on this brand, and I only have, 15,000 followers. So is that an incentive at all for the right
It absolutely is. I think that that's something that we're noticing with some of the larger influencers can be pretty expensive to work with, and they might actually have a larger reach than the brand too, which is great, and I love that. And then there's some that are really growing and up and coming, and their content is unbelievable, and in that case, it's really smart for a brand for us to be able to work with them, and we post it maybe on our own blog, or we share it across our own social, or we incorporate it into a pin that we promote, things like that, where we do want to leverage that content. It doesn't always happen that way. Just like one example from what I do is I'm in retail marketing, so sometimes we're working with a brand and a retailer, and we don't own the brand's channels or the retailer's channels, so in those cases we can't really, but whenever we do manage and own the platforms and we plan for those, we plan to be able to incorporate them.
For us, on Javianas, the sandals brand I work on, UGC is a huge part of our plan on Instagram. Almost every other post involves UGC. We just think that's a great way to engage with the fans.
User-generated content. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm a rookie here.
Yeah. It's a great way for us to get content and really encourages the fan base to continue to submit photos. They love being featured.
Okay, cool. So we've covered some kind of photography, blogging, whatever. Before we leave photography, I know both of you guys have quite a bit of stuff on Pinterest, and we had talked about what are your lead traffic generators, and I know it's high enough that it's at least worth mentioning. And I'm curious how brands, do you guys go, so let me start this because I do want to tie it in, because I'm curious how brands look at Pinterest. So to what degree are you guys using Pinterest? How are you using it, and what is the ROI of that time investment to people coming to your blog or engaging with your brand?
Pinterest is huge, and I think it really pays off to take the extra 5 minutes to create Pinterest-specific images. And as somebody, Pinterest is just another tool, and you should look at it as strategic. And so I have different boards in which I create different images within that same recipe or post. So if I have a recipe that it's naturally gluten-free or naturally paleo, I'm not going to go promote it as paleo all over the place, but I am going to create maybe something that's more paleo-driven or more gluten-free driven for those specific boards. So people that follow those boards can really see it, and then it can gain traction that way. And then, but that same recipe, it's super simple and super easy and great to pack in a lunchbox. So I might put that very simplified without all the other things and that description on my lunch or easy lunches board. So taking the time to really look at what are my goals for this pin or this image and create a new one, or even when I'm photographing, I'm taking those 5 minutes to make an outline of the images that I'm going to need to extract, because it takes 5 minutes versus recreating an entire shoot or cooking something that it's horrible to have to do that. So I do create a list, very strategic, and go, what are the assets that I need? So then I can create a huge variety of pins and social images, and oftentimes I share those with the brand as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll also say, a struggle I had was I was posting recipes for years before Pinterest even. So figuring out a way to go back in time and bring those to life with either new photos or just taking current photos but putting them in an interesting collage or something, those kinds of things do really well on Pinterest. So figuring out how to use maybe photos that you already have or something like that, but just combining them in a very visual fashion is great. And you can just go on Pinterest and see the pins that are performing well, and then use Photoshop or something to bring that layout into your own template, use your own images, and then it's a good way to bring old content sort of back to life.
Oh, that's awesome. Because it's kind of like your book. What do you do with leftovers?
Leftover content.
So is Pinterest on y'all's radar? So when we're looking at the metrics that they showed earlier in the day, obviously, YouTube, Facebook, top tier, and as you move down, Pinterest is maybe that third tier. But if you can find a specialist in that has eyeballs, it's obviously of value. How much are you looking at that? How much are you making sure that a campaign is having some reach into Pinterest?
For us, it depends on the demographic we're trying to reach. If it's moms who are a bit older, Pinterest makes sense. Food always plays well on Pinterest. So for a lot of my brands right now, like vineyard or veggie dressings for Marzetti, we wanted to use Pinterest, but we decided not to just post pictures of the product with a recipe. We decided to use infographics, which we know always play really well on Pinterest. So that gives the user some additional information, like what lettuce pairs well with a certain type of dressing, and that extra information was really successful for the
So would you
campaigns.
be having that created in-house and pushing it to your influencers, or you're saying, hey, we're looking for an infographic that says this about the brand, and they're creating it on your behalf?
In this particular case, we actually did both. We used influencers and pushed out our own content.
Okay, all right. Pinterest on your radar?
Absolutely. Pinterest is huge, especially for food. I know there was just an article recently where people are shopping in store and they're checking Pinterest for recipe ideas and ingredient lists. So we definitely want to be one of the ingredients on those lists when we're talking about a food brand. So we definitely have a big focus there. From the influencer campaign perspective, that's one of the reasons we do look for reach and engagement there. But also just from a brand management perspective, really creating content specific for Pinterest. So when we're creating our content, making sure we have a great vertical shot, different things like that. And also when we're working with influencers, that we are leveraging a lot of that content, and it might be the same recipe pinned with different images 5 different times across boards, because one of the things about Pinterest that's so great is something could go viral a year later, 3 months later, a month later, because search is so huge with Pinterest now. So we definitely want to be on the platform. Promoted pins are something that we have tested and absolutely love. So I like Pinterest, but also making sure it's the right demographic, of course.
And just piggybacking off of that, Pinterest and search is huge. Google crawls Pinterest and ranks it higher than any other social network. So for us, we always make sure our SEO team's giving us best performing keywords from Google to integrate on the pins and even the page titles of the pins.
So apparently you're doing the right thing. Congratulations. Speaking of doing the right thing, obviously we're seeing a huge growth in video. Thanks to iPhone and other smart devices being able to get video up and shared through Vine, or even doing live stuff with Periscope. How are you guys currently using video, and to what extent is there an ROI of your time and or investment if you're going to have to hire somebody to edit if you don't do that yourself?
I feel like you're better at video than me.
So I wanted to do video for a long time, and I kept hearing, I think a lot of people, it's like, I want to do video, I just don't know how to get into it. It seems really technical, the editing. In spite of what you hear, that it's super easy to grab an iPhone and just shoot video, that's just not the kind of stuff that I put out. So, and what I mean by that is that I have, I think you and I struggle with the fact that we have cookbooks, we do things for magazines, we take certain photography, and then I don't want to tank it at the video level. So when you put out a certain quality, I feel that it's important to keep that across all channels. And so I held out for a long time, and then last year when I competed on Food Network, I learned a lot, and then I was able to take that knowledge, and now I pre-produce all our video content. So all the time that I've been wanting to do it, it paid off to really create great videos that now are highly shareable and highly viewed in the search. So it pays off to take the time to do them right and to get to know your audience. If your audience is not engaged after a minute 58, then don't make 4-minute videos. Cut them down to 2 minutes. And so just getting to know what the people want, and also your target audience. You think you might be making videos for moms, but maybe 12-year-olds are watching it. So again, just kind of being really tuned with who's watching and what do they want to see. So then the investment of your time and if you're working on something sponsored, then the value is there, because then you really are creating the kind of content that will attract that type of target audience that they too have.
Okay, yeah, I sympathize with that. I feel like one of the things that we're starting to play with is Periscope, and I know it was like last on the list, but because of Periscope, we're able to do stuff that is personal, and so it doesn't have to be high quality. Yeah, it's about the approachability. So it'll be interesting to see how that evolves with, like you talked about your brand being the brand and then the mom behind the brand.
Right.
And maybe in the mom behind the brand, the intimacy and approachability of Periscope or Vine or whatever might play that out. But we had talked about what you guys are seeing as getting engaged with, and like, so you were saying that on Facebook, and then we talked a little bit as a brand. Can you talk a bit about finding is successful?
For the product we're trying to sell. So right now it's veggie drizzles and it's a finishing cooking sauce, which has never existed before. So video is a great place for us to, work with influencers to teach this behavior and how to use a new product.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and I think it's not video just because video is cool. Like, I remember when Snapchat came out, I got constantly asked, like, should we be on Snapchat? And I would be like, well, your demographic is 55 plus, so probably not. So I always think about that with video too, and do we want to create video because it's adding value, or do we want to create video because video is all the buzz right now? So we always take that step to make sure we're adding value, and I think a lot of the videos, at least I'm personally seeing now, like a lot of BuzzFeed does with food, is it's a shot of only the food and it's sped up and it's like I could see how to make it without playing sound. And I think that's also critical because if you think about where videos are being consumed, Instagram, Facebook, the majority of the time it's being played without sound. So if you're introducing your video for a minute and you're talking, you're probably going to lose people. So I kind of think about that with video, and we're not going to try to force it or rush it, but when it's really adding value and making sense, that's when we're going to try to use it.
Second, I'm taking some notes.
This is where video pre-production really it's super important. You can't just go up there and go like, hey, let me teach you how to make these awesome quiches today because blah, blah, blah. And you really have to think about what am I going to tell them in the first 8 seconds that they'll keep watching. And so again, it's just going with that. Or even if they're not listening to it via, there's no audio, how do I come across in those first 8 seconds without audio? And then they'll go like, oh, let me see how that's made. So again, it's really important.
So when we were talking about the diving blogging stuff, she's like, I went out and I got 15 grand worth of equipment. At what point do you go, okay, it's time for me to, make an investment in my business? Is video that type of investment? What is the first investment that you make to go from, I'm casually doing this, I'm working with someone like IZEA, I'm making some money, but I want to take it to the next level. Do you remember making an investment that was like, this is for reals?
In the food world?
No, in your blogging and what you're doing, making your
world.
business. Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming you have a computer already, but I mean, definitely, I think some sort of decent camera is really important. You can take great photos on your phone these days, but if you want something that's going to be easy to edit and is going to be, look good in print if you ever get there. You might want to print certain recipes. You need a little bit higher resolution. So that, for me, that was the first big investment where I had to tell my wife, like, listen, this is serious money. It's okay.
Yeah, I'd say camera, video. Like some of the cameras now come with video, and that's really great. And audio is everything, so make sure, I kind of thought about those things. Does the camera have an input for me to have audio in there? Your iPhone now, they do have certain audio capabilities. But what kind of photos are you taking? Do you like with the blurred background? Like, you just have to understand photography and video and know what your style is before you go out and make the investment. Because an iPhone could be just great if you're just taking lifestyle photos of your kids or activities or crafting that you don't have to show depth or scope. So again, knowing what your style is before you go out and spend all this money.
Gotcha. So just on that a little bit, it's so easy to take a picture with your phone and publish.
Right.
But what you're saying is we take photos with a nice DSLR, we maybe do a little Photoshop tweak, and then we publish. So just take me quickly through what is the process there. So if you've done a recipe, you've done some food photography, how do you select which one goes on Instagram or goes on Facebook?
I would say, typically when I shoot a recipe, I'll shoot 80 photos of it, and then it's just figuring out, certain things I prefer on Instagram, so like a lighter feel, so I'll bump up the contrast and brightness a little bit for those. But then on my blog, I like a more like natural look kind of, so it just depends. And it takes a lot of practice. Like, you can't expect to push publish on your first post, unless you're a genius, and get it 100% right. You're learning new stuff every day. I still every day am learning new things, learning ways to tweak recipes. I'm sure Laura's the same. So it's a constant learning process, which is half the fun,
Yeah, for Instagram, my style is much more behind the scenes. So even though I'm shooting with a DSLR with my food, I take out my iPhone and I instantly shoot it, or I'll even be take a selfie eating it or one of my kids eating it.
because that's what my style is. And so I want to show people the process of something that they'll see published, next week. Or I'll take the photo and we really share it 3 months later, because that's kind of when the editorial calendar allows it. But the point is that the style matches what I'm currently sharing. And so you don't have to have a DSLR camera and sync it and go through the whole process. You can just take one with your iPhone if that's what your style on your social accounts is.
Okay, cool. So kind of like that. I like that, having the two, because the immediacy of Instagram, it's like, oh, we were right there. That's solid. So okay, so the play on that of, you guys have just basically said, we have some stuff that we try to make super glossy, perfect. We've totally curated this, and some stuff that you've obviously thought about, but is maybe not as, you're not as persnickety about it. So looking at both of those, when is a post you guys get giddy about it? Like, you've worked with some, paid sponsorship content, and you go, oh, they got it right. Oh, this is amazing. Yes, we want to keep working with this person. So when, in your campaigns that you've done, let's say in the last year, when has something like gotten you giddy and someone you're working with really got it right?
I'll let you take it. I think, going to the back end of how it's doing, engagement, anytime we see just a ton of engagement, or wow, this is being shared so much on Facebook and it wasn't even sponsored, because we don't really have that much reach on Facebook anymore. So things like that. But I think about the content itself, when it really kind of captures the brand essence, but in that blogger's voice, and maybe the product is included, but like subtly, and it's natural and organic, and it just looks like it was a picture that, there's sometimes where a package you could tell is forced into a photo and doesn't really belong there. It's not even the right color for the rest of the color scheme, but whenever it's natural and it makes sense, and we get really, really excited about that content, and then we get even more excited when it starts performing.
I think whenever you're working with an influencer and they can make the content just feel natural and native, it is successful for us. We worked with Michelle Phan, when she was blowing up a bit a few years ago, the YouTube celebrity for Dr. Pepper, and she created, so many extra takes for us to choose from, which is really rare, I think, for an influencer when you're just paying them for one shot. So I think she went above and beyond, and I think you can attribute some of her success to that extra effort.
So I'm sure there are some times you're working with a brand, you're like, we're going to go the extra mile because we want to do more work with these guys. Is there times where you've kind of almost reverse courted the brand?
For sure.
Yeah, sure. You want to go?
You want to? I mean, it sounds really silly, but if you really want to work with a brand and you're like, oh man, this is a one-time thing, you should never look at something as an opportunity that could be a one-time thing. If it's a one-time thing, I'm like, well, you know what? This is my opportunity to go that extra mile to show that I really want to work with them long-term, and then create those extra shots. Or I'll even be in the middle of recipe development and like take an iPhone photo and send it to my brand contact and go, hey, what do you think? Do you like this? They actually love hearing that you're working on their stuff and not waiting like 4 weeks or 6 weeks down the road when it actually goes live. Like, it's that, back and forth that go like, man, this person really likes us. I've gained great relationships from just thinking about it, like, oh, maybe they want to see what I'm working on and send it their way. Or incorporating that brand on something totally not sponsored, not normal, because I usually pick brands that I would normally use anyway. So they are already part of my lifestyle, and sometimes I'm like, I think about it, I tag them, even though it's not part of a campaign, but I'm like, hey, I really love that.
Do you send them an invoice?
No.
Oh, no, okay, all right, just checking.
I'll say, the other thing you can think of is offering more upfront to a brand. So I think a lot of times brands are unaware of some of the different platforms that might be available.
Sure.
So a campaign that I'm working on this fall is from a wine company, and they had this great campaign, and I put a bid for it and everything, and the actual campaign didn't include a blog post. It was just they wanted recipes developed for their thing, which was this cedar box that they're sending out their wine in, and you can take apart the box and use the cedar to grill on, which is really cool.
Yeah.
But they didn't even consider the fact that I could, make a blog post as well. So I kind of included that as a bonus, and then they they like didn't even think about it,
Well,
which
that's
was
a total
amazing
win-win.
to me.
And they're going, hey, you want to see the how-to? Go visit.
Exactly, yeah.
Well done, sir. Well done. That's nice. Okay, so I want to talk because we are brick and mortar. So although we have some online classes, we are trying to get butts in the seats. And so two things. You know, I know you guys work with brands that have you really are trying to mobilize people to go do something. Where have you seen success? You know, like I know one of you guys did like Australia's Pizza Hut had a thing. Maybe it was, who did this one? Well, regardless, are you working with, because I don't want to not talk about that, because I know, like for us, the challenge is getting actual people to mobilize and to share. Do you guys have any campaigns that you work on in that regard? Or is it mostly just getting people to talk about the brands online?
I can talk about that.
Yeah, you can start.
So we have a brand from Marzetti called Sister Schubert, and our campaign coming up is Share Warmth, and it's a charity-focused campaign. We're really going to encourage people to do charity and submit it as UGC for prizes and incentivize them that way. So that's, you know, an opportunity for us to work with a brand and also encourage that behavior and share that out, and it's exciting because it's for a good cause.
Okay, groovy. Anything to add?
Yeah, well, I'm a retail marketing agency. I'm at a retail marketing agency, so sales are always like top of mind, and it's always hard to track because there's so many steps that someone might take. They might see a pin in store and decide to buy a product, but we would have no way of knowing that. So anytime, and this kind of comes in comments, where I'll read Instagram comments or blog comments, and it'll say like, wow, that product's amazing, I never thought of it, I just went to the store and bought it, and to me, like I screenshot that, that's like success in my book. So anytime that we can see that, and a lot of times it's hard to track, we always track the digital calls to action, but when we're talking about a CPG where you would pick it up in the store, a digital call to action is great, but they're gonna buy the product a different way, not digitally. So anytime we can get that, you know, qualitative over the quantitative too.
Okay, awesome. So we got about 10 minutes, and we want to leave some time for questions if anybody has one. So this will kind of be the last question that we do from the stage, and if you have questions, we can take them from there. There's someone that will run a microphone around. Actually, no, let's just go ahead and do that. You guys cool with that? Because I'm sure you guys have questions that we have not addressed, and that'll give us 10 minutes. So anyone want to address the experts up here with your burning question? Yes. Someone's coming behind you with a microphone.
This is for Momables. Tell us more about what you learned from being on the Food Network.
I have learned that everything is in preparation for the opportunity. So, you know, just being really dedicated of what it is that you do really well. I went on Food Network and won with a waffle sandwich, and that's what I do really great. I make great family food, and I stuck to that. I didn't try to be anyone else or create something really elaborate. I just stuck to what I knew how to do great, and that I still do that online. And how I work with brands is the same thing. I guide them through, this is what I do best, and let's create something around what my people come to see my recipes for. So that's really what I learned.
In the middle, over here. She's coming with the microphone over there. It's the young lady standing up, moving the head.
Hi. I was wondering if pitches, what is something you look for in order to finish reading it and actually feel the need to engage with them?
Oh, great question.
Yeah.
So I look for a few things. I mean, one, I think it's important that they know your voice. So I like it when a PR person or company contacts me and has clearly read my blog, knows a little bit about my style, and they're not just sort of blanketing me in with everybody else. So a little bit of specific focus is good, I think. I don't know, do you have anything else, Laura, that you like to see?
I like to know pretty soon in the conversation, maybe not at first email, but if I reply, let me know if there's a budget for this. And I hate to sound like that, but it really determines where you fall in my business and how we're going to move through this. You want to send us samples, that's awesome, but I often get we just sent you samples and they arrived today and I haven't had a chance to open the box. So really being really clear in the expectation of what you have, what are you looking for in us and working with us? Or how can we be an asset to you right off the bat? And if you've looked at our sites and our reach, you might have an idea that people like us, sometimes, usually we might have a team, and so there is an investment on our part, so that's why some of us have to take sponsor content of that sort of thing. So again, it's just letting us know pretty soon, not 6 emails later.
Right. Yep.
From the brand side, that's such an interesting question because there's such a gray area of PR firms traditionally handling talent and handling these influencer buys, whereas from a brand now, we're always trying to steal that business now. We feel like it should sit with
Right.
us and work closely with the influencers. So I just think it's a funny question coming from a PR agency, and that's still the gray area. We're not sure who should handle that buy.
Right.
Yeah, we're dealing with the same thing where we'll be managing social platforms for a brand, and it just makes sense for us to also manage their influencer programs, and we're actually taking a lot of business from PR agencies because of that, and it just makes a lot of more sense, and we understand the landscape and things like that.
And we love it when brands reach out because if you stop playing the telephone game, so we no longer have to go through the agency to the brand. Like sometimes I'll go like, is there somebody from the brand we can just jump on a quick call? Because that clarifies so many things that can often get lost or mistranslated in email, just to make things really clear of how we're going to be working together, or we could work together. Question right there.
We got a couple in the middle here, towards the back. Hey, don't be shy. Go throw that thing up.
Stand up.
There you go.
Hi, if you guys could help us understand what kind of team you have that helps you get all of your assets ready and.
You gotta do it all by yourself.
Right.
I mean, it's not real.
Yeah. It's no joke. Yeah, it's mostly a one-man shop in my world. I have a few. People that help with fringe stuff, I shouldn't say fringe, I mean, I have like a designer who helped design my site. But as far as coming up with the content and photographing it and writing it and recipe developing, that's pretty much all me, mostly because I'm a control freak and I like to be in charge of that. But yeah, for me, I mean, Laura might be in a different situation, but that's my side.
I started all me, and I often get asked, like, what's the first thing you hired out? And that would be probably a VA to handle some of the what I call repetitive tasks of gathering analytics, gathering posts, sharing, scheduling, going through our checklists on Basecamp to make sure that I'm meeting all the campaign criteria. Some of the things are really repetitive, but all of the creative is usually me. But when you're only handling 1 or 2 sponsored campaigns a month, I feel like there's really no room for, nothing should really fall through the cracks. But when you're handling 6, 8, and some of the things I'm doing, like traveling for media opportunities or press things, like if I'm not in the office and I'm clearly not tweeting it out, or, so I really need someone to make sure that has my back covered. So again, it depends on the scope of work that you're working in, and starting really slow.
Yeah, good one. Up front? If you just want to say it, I'll repeat it.
Yeah.
So from a brand perspective, as someone that's focused on creating content on Periscope or any live streaming platform, what would make a brand more comfortable with creating a campaign with an influencer because it is live, so you can't see it before?
Ooh, that is so good. I
It's a
was
good
curious about that
question,
before.
yeah.
Okay, so the question is, when you're using a live platform like Periscope or Meerkat or something, as a brand, there's no bleep button. How does that work? So how does a brand look at this emerging media? And if they are a rock star on Periscope, but you don't have the ability to go beep if they say something not on point, how does a brand work in that medium?
I haven't been able to sell it through yet for any of my brands. They've been too hesitant because of that. Snapchat, at least say, the best advice, is to be
Go through a certain thing about a brand, like we don't want you to say X, and you'd be like, oh, that's how, I was like, Kleenex is a good example where you grab a tissue and you say Kleenex, but not every tissue is actually the Kleenex brand. So little things like that, but I know it kind of what you were saying too, like there's a lot of brands and clients that just like wouldn't necessarily be very comfortable with that. So it is something that they'd have to get used to and get comfortable with that idea. But I think the more work that can be done up front to just be like, here are our guidelines, here's what we're looking for, here's what, you know, the no-nos of don't say this, then that will help ease those, you know, nerves.
Yeah, I think as a content creator, I would be hesitant to do that also, just because I think it's nice to have that back and forth with who you're working with, to get some approval on the subject. So, I mean, I would be hesitant, I think, even to offer that as an option as a content creator, like a live thing.
Yes.
So it's probably going to start in-house. Would you say that's probably accurate? Like before you'd go to a third party, you guys would start tinkering with this in-house where you can control messaging more?
Yeah, possibly, and it would be great, you know, if an influencer could get us that backstage access, that exclusive feel, then we would want to work with an influencer. But the few times I've proposed it, you know, since it's come out, they've been too hesitant with the approvals because they have to be there standing with the influencer to actually get it.
Okay. Sorry, I jumped in.
No, that's the thing. Like, we were gonna jump on a Periscope campaign because people wanted to see how I cook behind the scenes, but the logistics of cleaning out the refrigerator, the pantry, making sure that there are no competitive brands, that everything's pre-measured. Like, nobody. The thing about that tool is that it's supposed to be like unscripted in real life, and yet if I have to pre-measure things and you're not catching me with measuring it out, or I'm using a dish that's not part of one of the brands that this major brand owns, and so it really it just turned out to not be worth it in the food field. It's great at an event because they can give people an inside look of what it's like, but in the kitchen, it just, for me, it just didn't pan out as much as we wanted to do it.
Well, we have the red blinking light, so you can't ask any more questions. Sorry, we're done. Thank you guys. It was awesome and informative for me. I actually took notes.
Thank you guys. Awesome. You stayed on time and everything. Yay. All right. Staff, do we need to do couch duty? Let's hear it for the couch patrol, you guys. We're gonna remove some couches. Awesome. Okay, while they are removing those couches, we're gonna jump into secrets of sponsorship success. Oh my God, you guys, you're about to learn some secrets. That's exciting. Led by Director of Content Strategy over at Curiosity 360, Andy Brownell. Where you at, Andy?
Alex.
Andy Brownell to the stage. Andy Brownell to the stage. Hi. That couch crew.
Yeah, that dude is strong.
Welcome, welcome.
That's right, I hide myself.
Do you need the clicker?
Yeah.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
Clicker will help.
And the timer's at the bottom.
Yep. All right. Everyone hear me? Cool. Well, before I get started, after sitting through the ethics and disclosure session earlier, I feel a little compelled to say that every brand represented in this presentation today has at some point directly or indirectly helped pay my bills. So there you go, FTC. Just to be safe. So anyway, I want to start out first by just apologizing to everyone, let you know that there are in fact no secret special ingredients, no elusive processes or formulas that I'm going to give you guys today that are going to guarantee any of you success. I do want to provide a little bit of perspective that may help serve as a guide for you guys as you think about your sponsored programs, and it's going to come from three different perspectives: that of a brand, an agency, and a content creator. So let me get started with a little bit of background on all three. So you're probably asking, what's with this tool up on stage? Well, you'd be partially correct in saying that. My name is Andy Brownell. I live in Cincinnati, Ohio with my family, and I've been a woodworker for the past 20 years, building a lot of studio furniture, both for my house and for people and for brands. I'm also obviously a big fan of craft beer by the growlers up there. I don't have any for sale. For a lot of that time, I've also been building things inside of my home, and I've also worked with a variety of brands and publishers as a content creator. This gives me a lot of opportunity to apply the passions in building things that I have in my personal life and creating content and social media and writing blogs for companies like these up here who find value in the things that I can provide them and their consumers. As a content creator, I've written blog posts, product reviews, shot a lot of photography, conducted social amplification across most of the major platforms, and I've also provided demonstrations for on-site events and have done a lot of long-form how-to videos. I also kind of dip into the analog world a little bit too. On the right there is a recent article from Popular Woodworking magazine. If anyone's interested in making a mid-century modern clock, you can pick up the issue of Popular Woodworking. It's on stands now. In general, it really doesn't seem like a lot of work for me. It's more fun, and I call this my playground for learning, and there's a reason why I call it my playground for learning. Because at the same time that I'm a weekend furniture maker, I also work in the advertising industry for about the same amount of time, and it's been mostly digital and social platforms. So I take what I learned from my woodworking business, and I apply a lot of that to a lot of the brands that we represent at Curiosity Advertising. And this is how I help connect the dots between my passion and my profession. So Curiosity Advertising is an agency based out of Cincinnati, Ohio. We're 5 years old. We have about 50 people in the office on a good day. And when we're not in the office, we're either out helping our clients doing something, or we're out being encouraged to explore things that make us curious. Get the connection there with the name. Curious about our hobbies, our passions, the things that we find personal interest in. This is a good example of the employees at Curiosity and the things that we do outside of work. And it's this culture of curiosity that's incredibly important for us as an agency, and it's an incredibly important part of fostering ongoing learning and discovery and remaining relevant in this industry, staying on top of trends and really supporting the passions. So the client I'm representing today, Dallas, Texas-based Dean Foods. Dean is the largest dairy in the nation. They represent 26 regional brands and 4 national brands that most of you guys are probably familiar with. 2 of the brands today that we're going to be talking a little bit about have been incredibly successful, TrueMoo and Dairy Pure, by leveraging some of these promoted social activities with IZEA as well as other partners. For some background, TrueMoo is the nation's leading chocolate milk brand, and Dairy Pure recently launched in May as the country's first national white milk brand. It has a household penetration, if anyone understands that. It's greater than Diet Coke, so you're going to find Dairy Pure in more refrigerators than Diet Coke, so that's pretty good. These 2 brands alone account for the sale of 2.6 billion gallons of milk annually. So if you want some perspective on that, that's 4,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools, so quite a bit of milk. And chances are, if either your kids are consuming milk at school, or if you happen to have a latte this morning, even at the place downstairs, you've probably enjoyed some of Dean's dairy products. If advertising characters are your thing, you may recognize a few of these characters from Dean, from our television campaigns. We have Talking Cows and Red and White Milkmen, and they're a lot of fun. As it relates to these 2 brands, I'm actually joined by Wendy Poor. She'll be up here a little bit later on stage talking a little bit about some of the results. Wendy is the brand manager of TrueMoo at Dean, and we're really excited to talk a little bit about what we've seen as a result of these types of investments. So the first thing I really want to talk about is the most critical factor for helping drive the success of any type of sponsorship with content creators. And aside from having great content, when you're engineering your a way that's going to be for multiple years, you're going to have assets that you can leverage continuously year in and year out across a lot of different platforms, and it can also lead to a multi-year strategy of content distribution. So let me talk a little bit about how that works. So like many brands, TrueMoo invests in broadcast television to help drive awareness of their nationally distributed product. So let me give you a quick taste of 2 of their spots. And we have no sound. Anything good in there? TrueMoo, it's nutritious. What's the catch? I got nothing. TrueMoo, a truly good thing. And I'm going to fail at this one. Go.
It's delicious! That's chocolate. But it's nutritious and contains no artificial growth hormones.
TrueMoo, a truly good thing anytime.
All right. Well, awareness, however, is not the only thing that helps make this campaign great. It's really a 360-degree marketing approach that we take for their brand. And promoted social sponsorships, like the ones we've conducted with IZEA, are a great way to help distribute great content at scale on behalf of the brand. Content like blog posts also are helping influence the purchase decisions that consumers make on the products that they're going to be purchasing for their family. That's a s'mores poke cake. It looks pretty good. And this is actually a great example of the type of content that we get from our content creators on a regular basis. So a large percent of TrueMoo's content creation is really focused on driving these incremental usage occasions of their products on things like these indulgent recipes. So by offering our core users or new users to the brand one more opportunity to buy the product a year, that can make a tremendous difference when you're looking at the sales for the brand annually. And this applies to both TrueMoo's core products, their chocolate milk, as well as some of their seasonal flavors. So right now we've got a Halloween orange scream flavor, and in the wintertime we have a chocolate marshmallow product that goes on shelves that we encourage people to try as well. For chocolate marshmallow in particular, last winter TrueMoo ran a promotion around this limited time flavor. It's usually out for about 6 weeks. And what we did in advance is we partnered with IZEA and their content creator network, including developing a closer relationship with ambassadors who were content creators that we leveraged every month to produce a continual flow of content. They developed recipes and usage occasions to really help drive awareness and trial. And dozens of posts like this were created featuring all original recipes, and then they were distributed by content creators across their social networks. So that was really step one. But once we have that content in our hands, there's a lot more we can do with it. We take those recipes, we look at the ones that are the best possible options for further amplification. So we rely on both organic and paid distribution of recipes just like this on Facebook's page, on TrueMoo's Facebook page. And in this particular case, it delivered a 5% post engagement rate. And we have this happen on dozens and dozens of examples just like this. But what was more critical, though, is the strategy that we took up there is pin for later. So you don't want to just have a one and done. You want to encourage people to do something else with that content once they've been exposed to it on one platform. It's taking them to Pinterest. So we took them to Pinterest and asked them to pin it for later. And we see very strong correlations when we run those campaigns on Facebook, when they're paid or organic, with subsequent results that we see. You can see from the lower line there, you start to really see some big spikes in terms of impressions, views, and even repins. And that's how you get the content to have legs and continue to propagate itself across the web. And we just heard earlier the role that Pinterest has in influencing search, Google search, as well as Pinterest being a search engine. That's incredibly important. And TrueMoo benefits from this because they're going to come up more often when people are searching for recipes or doing things like a s'mores search on Pinterest. So last year's initiative will continue to evolve this year into the winter of 2016, while we're leveraging a lot of this evergreen content that we produced from years past. So one of the really interesting things is that publishers are offering paid opportunities to really leverage this content in really fun and innovative ways. New media products are designed to take advantage of this type of content, and they go way beyond the banner advertising that we've heard about earlier that doesn't seem to be doing so well. So even as we speak, our Halloween campaign is leveraging a program through Opera MediaWorks with their dynamic end cards, and these essentially run at the end of a pre-roll video, and it allows us to show off these delicious recipes with links to either the original recipe on the creator's site itself, or we're encouraging people to pin that content. So this Halloween, TrueMoo has leveraged recipe content that we actually produced last year and the year before. And we've heard in other cases that the average lifespan of a piece of content is around 700 days for a blog post. This is a perfect way of taking advantage of that fact and integrating it into your strategy. And this is an approach we take year after year. So beyond social media, TrueMoo also leverages its website to feature all these new seasonal recipes as they're developed by our content creators. It also provides the site with fresh new content that allows it to get indexed more often, and it helps support key promotional periods, especially when we're running advertising. We want to keep the site fresh, so when people decide to come back, there's always new recipes that they can find to use the product. And that's when the traffic to the site is also the heaviest. So once they're on the site, we curate this content, and it's featured as kind of an abbreviated digest format. So we're not giving the entire recipe on our site. Instead, we're directing people to the original recipes, much like what we do on Pinterest. So our TrueMoo ambassadors, among other creators, maintain the recipes on their site, which allows for more of that authenticity of the message to come through. And while some brands may not be much of a fan of taking people off-site, there's a reason for doing this, and let me give you a little bit better idea why. We also do this with some of our other clients at Curiosity Advertising. In this case, I was a part of also developing content for them that use their products in different small craft projects. They curate that content on their site, but they take people to the original creator's source. In this case, it was my site. But what's the benefit of that strategy? Well, if you dig into Google Analytics a little bit here, you can see that, and this is Google Analytics on my site, that an average time on page from people who are coming from their page to view the entire post is on around 3 minutes and 42 seconds. That's well over 3 times the average for a brand site visit. So we're talking about heavy engagement. We're talking about connecting with consumers in a relevant way. We're talking about giving them inspiration and reasons to want to try their products and make something themselves. So I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about celebrity endorsement. We've taken advantage of this over the last few years on behalf of TrueMoo and some other brands. And overall, we do tend to be a little cautious. You know, there's obviously the Jared factor that's going on right now in the marketplace, and we don't want to be at the receiving end of that type of program. But it's important that when we do choose celebrities, that they come across authentically. However, we've seen with the right type of planning and also just with the right strategy that kind of sets the stage, these sponsorships can really work out to our advantage. So last fall, TrueMoo introduced a Protein Plus product that was really geared towards millennial males as the target. So this shifted outside of their core target of moms with kids. And the exact opposite of that is somebody like Brody Smith. Brody Smith is a big YouTuber who does a lot of Frisbee trick shots. And he created some really original, engaging content that allowed us to really reach his followers, which became a conduit to really connecting with millennial males. Six seconds, that's all it takes. And this six-second video on Vine became the most successful piece of content that TrueMoo as a brand has ever created in its history. As it stood as of last year, there were about 3.7 million views of that video, and that's just organic views of the video alone. But it doesn't end there. Much like we handle a lot of the recipe content, we look for other ways to take those assets and distribute them across our own platform, or whitelisting on Twitter, or sending it out across our Instagram feed, really looking for a way to connect with as many people as possible with that single piece of content. And on Twitter alone, anything over about a 1% engagement rate on a paid program is considered really good in the industry. This particular video had an 11% engagement rate, and we had about an 8-cent cost per view, which is really fantastic. For people in the ad industry, you'll probably recognize that. In the words of our Twitter app, it was one of the best programs that they had seen. And this is influencing other choices that we're making right now actively on our Halloween program. It's one of the lesser known national holidays. on September 27th. I'm sure you all missed it, but if you happen to be on Instagram or Twitter and you're a mom with kids, you may have happened to see this fun little video here. So that video was kind of the base asset that we created as a brand. We had some other visuals that went along with it, but it served as a guide for our content creators to develop video, to develop additional blog posts that really brought awareness to National Chocolate Milk Day. It was supported on all of the platforms for TrueMoo leading up to and on National Chocolate Milk Day itself. And as a result, we had a series of sponsored posts that were on strategy, that created beautiful images, that were timely, and that drove awareness and buzz for the holiday itself. Beyond the original recipes and digest posts and mentions, just for that one day alone, we had 1.5 million organic impressions taking place around National Chocolate Milk Day. And meanwhile, Nesquik and Hershey's were nowhere to be seen on that day. So not only did our content creators embrace this holiday, we also tapped into IZEA's Celebrity Influencer Network to work with Tiffany Amber Thiessen for a sponsored celebrity post. And she created this great photo, kind of tying into the wholesomeness of who she is. She's a mom with kids. It received some really good distribution and engagement on Instagram and Twitter throughout the entire day. And I'm actually kind of noticing a little bit of a theme here at IZEAFest this year. We've got Tiffany Amber Thiessen today. Who else is tomorrow? Mario? Is Screech appearing? No? Okay. Probably better not. It's like Jared. Just last week, we rolled out another celebrity influencer program for TrueMoo's Orange Scream Halloween flavor with Vine's favorite superhero, Bat Dad. I'm going to play this here first, and then I'll talk a little bit more.
Well, go, go, go!
It's a little dark. Bat Dad got to try out his drone with that closing shot. First, I do want to say and thank you to the IZEA influencer team for really turning this around incredibly fast. We gave you no time, and you guys delivered on our top 2 choices, so we do appreciate that. One of the bad points, yeah, exactly. This is a campaign that's still going on right now, so unfortunately, I tried to submit a change to my presentation yesterday evening, and that just didn't go over too well. We had this video as well as a couple of others created through the influencer program, and we have 1.5 million views on Vine and Instagram and Twitter, and we've also integrated a lot of these videos into boosted and paid programs through Facebook and Instagram. And as a result of that, we're seeing close to 1.75 million video views, and we're paying on a cost per view basis, and a cost per view right now is 1 penny. Not a cost per thousand, cost per view, 1 penny. So the content really performs well, not only organically, but also with paid support. So now, actually, I want to bring one of my clients up from Dean Foods on stage, if Wendy is back there. This is Wendy Poor. Wendy is TrueMoo's brand manager. She has been a super champion of everything that we've been doing up to this point, but we want to give her an opportunity to talk a little bit about the results.
Thank you, Andy. I actually call him DA, which stands for Digital Andy, so when you run into him, you can do the same. Increased its investment in a variety of promoting. Continue to see benefits of those investments. Promoting visitors so to give us the content each deliver recipes, photography, and blog content at the highest quality. Just in the last 2 years, our TrueMoo and Dairy Pure brands have amassed a catalog of over 250 recipes, lifestyle, and product review blog posts. These deliver quality content as well as web pages that help our brand index more often on search engines, driving positive results in organic rank across branded and non-branded terms. We've also seen the benefits of fostering multi-year partnerships with some of the web's top food bloggers and influencers. With our ambassador bloggers, Dairy Pure and TrueMoo have a regular source of fun, creative, and innovative ideas that can sometimes even make our creative agency a little bit nervous. With the right fit, celebrity influencers can deliver highly engaging content that's right for the brand and their fans, because they offer opportunities to tap into networks of influence and advocacy whose reach far surpasses our brand on its own. When backed by a solid campaign strategy, sponsored content can deliver timely, authentic, and engaging content to a whole new audience. Our promoted social content has delivered a 2-year total of over 300 million online impressions, and this is at a CPM that beats some of the best programmatic ad networks, and we're really focused on that. This number accounts for both paid and organic content distribution on blogs, social, and digital ad platforms, which engagement rates averaging well over 5% in some cases. So now we have at our disposal content that continually feeds the investments that we are making across virtually every media channel. This allows us to take advantage of some of the industry's highest performing digital ad products like native ad placements and editorial integration. It also fosters ongoing collaboration and continual improvement between our agency partners and the investment that they make. I leave you, actually, Andy's going to conclude. Sorry. Back to you, DA.
Looks like the speaker notes were cut off.
I know.
I think Wendy's speaker notes were cut off there. So I do want to conclude with giving you guys maybe 7 things to remember that will hopefully help drive some sponsorship success for the brands that you're either creating content for or are a part of from an agency standpoint. And in no particular order, the first is playing well in the sandbox. Brands, you should demand this of all your agency partners. You will deliver stronger results when they work together. So always have a good handle on the content that's at your disposal, whether you're creating it or another agency is creating it, and make sure you have good, solid plans to distribute it accordingly. The next is connecting the dots of your investments. So you want to distribute your content how consumers are interacting and engaging online. They're not just on one single platform, they're across multiple platforms. You want to engineer the content, and you want to connect those platforms and investments with sharing strategies that you'll get in front of more people more efficiently by letting them live, rather than just letting it live in one single place by itself. So keep this in mind during your planning cycles, but also throughout the process. It's important to remain nimble and being able to make changes on the fly in order to take advantage of those opportunities. Create once, publish everywhere. Some people refer to this as COPE. So paying for any sponsored program and then just letting the content sit and not doing anything with it should be considered a crime. Look at the organic engagement of the content that you have and then invest further. Push it out across multiple platforms and use it year after year. This includes both paid and boosted investments, as well as content curation, syndication, and even integration into native ad platforms. Speaking of evergreen, content is evergreen, so save a tree and some money. I talked earlier about how the average lifespan of a blog is 700 days. The ones we're using right now for Halloween are even under that. We have another year to go that we can still use those assets. So as you see, strong content is always new and compelling to somebody. It's going to be fresh and new if they haven't considered your brand, if they're not in market. So keep the content coming and never be ashamed to recycle old content. It's still good. Evergreen content also influences consumer search, and it also influences what Google refers to as the ZMOD, or zero moment of truth. When those assets are out there, they're driving organic indexing and really impacting search. Having a plan, but don't always stick to it. This is the one that always makes our executives at the agency a little nervous if we don't stick with the plan, but it's important while, as a brand, you need to have a plan, but you also need to have a strategy that's right, but flexibility is key. Agencies, sometimes those best opportunities come along when you can prove that you're flexible and adaptable. Sometimes we get surprised by the type of content that we receive from our content creators, and we'll make a change at the last minute. We'll send pieces out that weren't planned in the overall program, but we'll put boosted dollars behind it and we get some great results. So be prepared to bring that to your clients. That creativity can deliver original and authentic content and meaningful results for future investments for your content programs. Think about your unique fingerprint. That's what brands and readers want. So content creators, we've heard this today a lot. You know what the brand is looking for and you know what your readers want. They're looking for entertaining and engaging content, but above all else, they're looking for authenticity. If it's not a good fit, don't accept the sponsorship. If it is, always strive to over-deliver on the content that you're creating. If they're asking for one video, make it a longer video. Or if they're asking for a photo, maybe send them two. These are the kinds of things that agencies in our position and brands think about when we're reevaluating our partnerships. And those are going to be the bloggers that are going to be sought out year after year. Be curious and find your own playground. You know, one of the biggest regrets that I have being in the business for 20 years is not having tapped into my woodworking passion sooner and using that as a conduit to creativity and trying and testing new things out. So whether I've developed content on my own through experimentation to find out works best, or with the awesome group of people back at Curiosity Advertising, it's those opportunities that have really served as the best cases for teaching us something very important and learning what type of content works really well. So my advice is to really be open to trying something different, kind of think outside of your comfort zone and see what sticks. Better yet, harness your passions and begin creating anything. Create content, photos, recipes, gifts, anything. And with that, first I want to thank IZEA for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I also want to give a special thanks to Dean and Curiosity, as well as all my woodworking sponsors who've really helped provide this perspective. This is really what makes this industry fun, what keeps me getting up in the morning every day, and I really appreciate that. So thanks.
Great job. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, guys, we're about to take a short break. I know everybody is so excited. You know what? Just stand up, please. Everybody's been sitting. It's bad for your back. Everybody's been sitting. Stand up. Stand up, everybody. Yes. I see your smiles. You can't hide that shit from me. Oh, God. Just so you guys know, Ted is not in the room right now, so I'm going to do what I want to do, which is I'm going to yell IZEA and you're going to yell Fest. Actually, no, you're going to yell IZEA and you're going to yell Fest. And IZEA! Fest! IZEA! Fest! IZEA! That's awesome. All right, let's try another one. How about this time, I'm going to yell Hells and you're going to yell Yeah, but more hands up. You guys are like robots. 1, 2, 3, and Hells! Yeah. Hells! Yeah. Hells! Yeah. Okay, please be back in 15 minutes. There's a fun photo booth in the back, and please make us some art at the IZEA Creator Corner and leave it for our staff so we can put it up in our office. Thank you, guys.
And we'll fly. Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we test the waters, oh, it's hard. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find. Electric, feel it in your hands. Hypnotic, watch our bodies dance. Happiness, this is where we
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
Welcome back, everybody. It's 4 o'clock, time to move into the science of sharing with Jason Baldridge. Come on out, Jason. He is the Chief Data Scientist for People Pattern. Clap, clap, clap.
Thank you.
You have a clicker? Yes? Okay,
I do.
Great.
Hi. Oh, we're already off to the first slide. So I am Jason Baldridge. I'm chief scientist at People Pattern, co-founder of a startup working on audience intelligence. I'm also an associate professor at the University of Texas at Austin, working on natural language processing and machine learning. So I generally am interested in applying ideas from machine learning to understand unstructured text and social networks better. In my talk, I'm going to talk a lot about research that's been going on in the academic literature, especially in the last year, and try to give you a sense of the scale of questions and analyses that people are applying to these kinds of problems that then relate to people, especially who are bloggers, say, working on particular areas, who are local influencers, or who are brands who are trying to get their message out. So I'm going to start off by looking at this paper from 2009 about meme tracking. And this paper was trying to say, if we have a large collection of texts that have various people talking about ideas, in particular ideas from the 2008 presidential debates. And we look at how these various ideas have been reflected through mainstream media, through blogs. Can we track those and understand better what the relationships are between them? So for example, there's the meme lipstick on a pig, which was made famous at that time. And what they did is they looked at variations on this phrasing, lipstick on a pig, to better understand when it happened. So around September 12th was the peak time at which that meme was being discussed in both blogs and mainstream media. And so you get this nice river flow diagram that shows over time, how did these memes kind of live, how did they come up, and then how did they fall away, and which ones sort of had staying power. What's really interesting is looking at this heartbeat pattern that came out, which sort of had, there was somebody who said something during a debate, and then the blogosphere started talking about that, this sort of uptick right here, and then at the time of peak popularity of the meme, the mainstream media took over. But then they lost interest, and then the blogosphere took over again the discussion going around that. And this was coming through computational analysis of hundreds of thousands or millions of documents. So this is one way that we try to approach problems analytically using large data technologies, natural language processing, and machine learning. Now, some of the same authors recently just did a paper using related ideas about quoting patterns in political coverage. So they start off by making this point that 57% of Americans perceive media as biased. But if you ask conservatives, they say 73% of conservatives think the bias is liberal. 11% of liberals think that the bias is liberal. So there's something not quite matching up here. And this relates to something called the availability heuristic, which is well known from research of people like Daniel Kahneman, who wrote this very excellent book right here. It's similar to husbands and wives. If you ask a husband how much work he does around the house, and you ask a wife how much work she does around the house, it adds up to more than 100%. And the availability heuristic says you have more access to the things that you know about or that you do, and that tends to bias your estimates of probabilities of these kinds of questions. However, we want to analyze this computationally and try to get away from some of the bias and understand that bias better. So in the paper, they looked at things that President Obama has said since taking office and that have been released through his office. And the question was, if we look at quotations from his speeches and we try to track those quotations through various kinds of media, what is being talked about the most? Is it conservative media that's talking about it the most, or is it the liberal media, for example? And so this is a time course that you're seeing of the 2010 State of the Union address. And so that's the start of the speech over here on the left. That's the end of the speech over there on the right. And what you're seeing is that certain quotes, like position A, where he's talking about Al-Qaeda, that was largely reflected in the conservative media, represented by this red graph there. On the other hand, the democracy is noisy, messy, and complicated was showing up in the liberal media. And so you can look at how different parts of the speech resonated in different audiences. And you can imagine this for many other kinds of variables that are not just political bias. Now, what's interesting then is you can take this matrix of blogs, mainstream media, and so on, as imagine the rows of the matrix. You can then take the columns as these quotations that people are referring to and using as the columns of the matrix. And then we do a standard technique in machine learning called dimensionality reduction. And what that does is it takes tens of thousands of dimensions that we can't possibly fit into our human brain, and then we boil them down to hopefully a few dimensions that are interpretable. And in this case, they found that the first bias dimension corresponded to independent versus mainstream media. So for example, toward the left, you have more independent sites that are being plotted. Toward the right, you've got more mainstream sites that are being plotted. So you've got The Blaze closer to the left, you've got Fox News closer to the right. Now in the vertical dimension, this is the second bias dimension that was revealed through this sort of latent analysis. you've got more conservative outlets at the top, liberal, and then foreign media as you go down. And what this is, it sort of emerged some natural structure of the bias within this data set. And it's really interesting to see that you've got things like declared conservative downward red triangles lining up reasonably well with undeclared conservative, not filled in downward red triangles, and similarly for liberal, declared and undeclared. And so this is sort of giving some indication, is the general sense of these outlets truly what the data would reflect based on their quotation patterns? Then you can do other things like overlaying sentiment analysis over top of this. And so it turns out, kind of no surprise, that more conservative outlets had a more negative attitude towards the things that President Obama was saying. This is doing sentiment analysis around the words around the quotation. And so the darker that is, the more negative it was. Now, that's analysis of text at scale, but it's not looking at the actual networks that are involved. It's also interesting to consider, how do information cascades evolve and develop? And you can think about, on the left, we've got kind of a broadcast way in which a single source reaches millions of people by just doing one big broadcast. You know, the New York Times makes a tweet and millions of people will see that. You can contrast that then with sort of person-to-person sharing, which you see on the right, which is this viral, I shared it with 2 people, those people shared it with 2 people, and so on and so forth. And you can still reach a large number of people through that truly viral sort of spreading. It turns out that very few actual information cascades in the wild, say in a network like Twitter, have either of these properties. They're actually usually a mix. And so this paper, by the way, all the citations for the papers that I'm quoting are down at the bottom, and my slides have all the full quotations that I'll make available later. But this paper was looking at, can we measure the structural virality of different cascades? And over to the left top, you see something that's not very viral in terms of our general sense of what is viral. It has one big broadcast with a bunch of smaller things and not a whole lot else going on. So it doesn't have a lot of depth to it. As you go towards the right and then down into the right, you get things that have much more of that feel of person-to-person sharing. But even at this far bottom right one, which is one of the most viral that was found in this study about Twitter cascades of information, you still see some big spreads. There's one up at the top and you see another one down at the bottom. It turns out if you look at different kinds of information content and sharing, you can measure the size of overall cascades. So you can look at things like videos, pictures, news, and petitions. And it turns out that things like videos and pictures have very large sizes. No surprise there. But petitions actually have a much higher sort of structural virality. And that kind of makes sense, right? Petitions are generally like passion things. You're sharing with people that you know will find that interesting as well. And so you can measure this computationally, which is a really interesting thing to do. You can also then find out, well, it turns out 99% of content adoptions terminate in a single generation. So this whole thing that people want to chase, I want viral content and things like that, guess what? It's not very commonly going to come along. You're going to have like once in a blue moon kind of effect. The largest image and video cascades are also very low on structural virality. So that means if you're trying to get content out via images or, and videos and so on, you're probably going to have to pay to play at some point. And that presumably ties in pretty well with a lot of the kinds of situations people are here, where people are influencers within a particular area, and they're going to be able to get that message out to a large group of people. Also, interestingly, you can predict which things are going to become viral to some extent by looking at the initial sort of phase of the spread of a meme. So on the left, you've got 2 hashtags that went viral, and that was sort of the initial state of the progress of them becoming viral. Over on the right, you've got 2 things that had sort of a similar overall volume or popularity, but didn't go viral. And there are 2 kind of obvious things going on with this. Well, one is that there's a small surface area of on the right one that you saw on the previous slide for the initial sort of people who were infected with this idea. But when you have a large surface area in the network where I have a couple people who then reach out to a lot, that tends to lead towards virality. The other is, do different people who are independently getting this idea, are they far away from each other in the graph? So there are ways of actually predicting things potentially early on if you had that capability. Now, rumors happen a lot in social networks. It's true offline, but it's also very true online. And one of the interesting things that happens here is that you can track, if you're Facebook, as the authors of this study are, if you're Facebook, you can track how a particular rumor has spread from its sort of initial source, which you can see there in the middle, to various people sharing that as it just sort of cascades out over time. What's really interesting is if you zoom in on one particular area, right over here, you can start seeing when did people share Snopes links about this particular rumor, which turned out to be false. And when people shared Snopes links, it tended to snip the rest of the cascade. It didn't lead to further reshares, further adoption of that cascade. There are a couple reasons for that. One is that as soon as somebody Snopes a post on Facebook, the original poster often deletes that original post. So that means obviously no more other people aren't going to see it. They're not even going to have a chance to reshare it. But it's also true that if you post a Snopes link and the post stays around, the rate at which people reshare that content starts to dive down after that as well. If it's a true rumor, it has a slight spike, but then it also drops. Now, these were studies looking at content and looking at known structured networks where we actually know like this person follows that person on Twitter. What we're also interested in is can we actually infer network structure when it's not given to us? So to do that, we have to first imagine a model where we know some network structure, and we have a model of contagion where I can, for example, say person A initially gets a cold. They are then going to sneeze, and people that are sort of within reach of them, indicated by these arrows, may or may not get catch that cold. So this is sort of the vector of the sneezing. You know, sneeze on B, sneeze on C. And with some probability, B will become infected with a cold. With some probability, C will get infected with a cold. So let's say C gets infected. All right. So now the contagion spreads. C sneezes, B and D are now exposed. And with some probability, they become infected. And so on and so forth. Over time, we imagine this sort of disease vector going through this existing network. If we actually know the network, you can just follow this through. So you'd be able to say, what's the probability, 10 hours out that E will get infected with the cold, given what the social network structure is, and so on. What's actually really interesting about this is when you don't know the network, but you can see the observations of when people have gotten a contagion, which could be a disease, but it could also just be when did they say a meme like lipstick on a pig? You can then infer network structure given a series of these cascades. So when you do this, you can actually look at scale at very large networks of discussions around particular topics. So what you're seeing here is an inferred network based on shares and discussions around the Fukushima disaster in March 2011. And this is dynamic, so you can continue to compute the structure of this over time. And you can color in the nodes according to whether they were blogs or they were mainstream media. And what you see is the red was the mainstream media, blue are the blogs, and there's often a lot of clustering around blogs are tied to blogs, and mainstream media is tied to mainstream media. Remember, these are inferred network structures. These are not given network structures, which makes this really interesting. And you can then play out over time, how does the network structure evolve as people are talking about this particular topic? And then you can ask this about various topics, be it Fukushima or Amy Winehouse or a discussion about the NBA. All right? So you can then ask questions. For any given moment in this inferred network, I can say, how many of the links are going from mainstream media to mainstream media? How many are going from blogs to blogs? And so on. And then you can track over time, what is the proportion of these links that are going from one kind of node to another kind of node. And when you have something like a topic like the NBA, they're pretty steady over time. And generally what you find is like mainstream media connects to mainstream media, blogs connect to blogs, and so on. But for events that have a more dynamic nature, like the death of Gaddafi and his son and grandchildren, you find that the blogs often come in and play a much bigger role. And so you're seeing here on the left, around April 2011, that's the airstrikes that killed Gaddafi's son and his grandchildren. And the blogs are talking a lot about this. There's a lot of links between blogs. It then goes on towards where his death later on, where both mainstream media and blogs are picking that up. And so you can start to tease apart interesting relations like this. You can then say, well, given a network, I can infer stuff about what's the influence of various people in this network structure, using various measures like centrality and popularity and so on. You can then say, well, when I'm looking at this particular inferred network structure, who owns it right now? Who owns this discussion? So for something like the NBA, you've got the mainstream media. The fact that this sort of wiggly line is lower than 50% means that mainstream media is owning a larger proportion of the influential share of that content. But then something like Amy Winehouse, it actually turns out that blogs take over a certain amount of that discussion in terms of what are the influential nodes discussing this topic and driving the network structure. And then with something like the Occupy movement, you see a really interesting thing where in November of 2011, when a lot of Occupy Wall Street activists were pushed out of the park and so on, you see a lot of discussion in the blog sphere. And so at scale, we're able to look at all of this data of just people talking about things, infer the network structure, and then do some better understanding around what's going on with those. It's good to ask, though, is this virality contagion metaphor a good one? It's useful for doing a lot of these kinds of things, but it has some limitations. One thing is that Taylor Swift has some 65 million Twitter followers. She can get a tweet out to millions and millions of people just like that, but she can't exactly sneeze on that many people, thankfully. So the other thing is a little bit more important and a little deeper, which is that the likelihood of disease infection increases independently with your exposure to different infected individuals. So if person A sneezes on me and I dodge that one, person B sneezes on me and I dodge it, and person C sneezes on me and I catch it, those were all sort of independent events. But if person A tells me, I believe X, and I've never heard anybody say that before, and I go, huh, okay, and then person B says, I believe X, and I don't think person A and person B know each other, the probability at which I accept X, this idea, will actually be much higher given that person A said that. And then following on, person C and so on. This is true for kids learning words. If you say something is a blagorkel and a kid is told, that thing right there is a blagorkel, and they hear that from two people who they think know each other, they don't really start using that word as quickly as if they hear a blagorkel from one person and then somebody who they believe is completely independent of the first says, oh, look at that blagorkel, can you give it to me? They'll actually start using that word more quickly. Now, this ties into something that's a majority illusion in social networks. So this ties into something called the friendship paradox, which is that on average, most people have fewer friends than their friends do. And a big reason for this is that there's sort of a heavy tail of people who have a lot of friends, and they tend to be friends with lots of people because they have lots of friends and so on. So on average, your friends have more friends than you do. All right? This generalizes to many different kinds of node attributes, including why you tend to think that your friends might drink more than you do, and so on. How this plays out in a social network is really interesting. And so a recent paper looked at the same exact social network, but different people being the initial holders of an idea. And in this case, you see these three individuals who are highly connected being the ones who say, I believe X, all right, whatever X is. On the right, you see these other three less connected individuals saying, I believe X. And now you want to ask, if I go and poll all the other people in the graph and say, do you look around and see most people believing X? Here's what happens. In the graph on the right, you've got this person who looks around and they say, you know what, only 1 out of the 4 people that I'm connected to actually believes X. So I don't think the majority of people believe X, which is actually a true way of looking at it, right? That's the true state of the affair. On the left, however, this same person looks around and they say, wow, 3 out of the 4 people that I'm connected to believe X. Gosh, should I believe X too? And this kind of majority illusion then affects whether that person is likely to accept that idea. When you look at large-scale networks, this actually holds. And so the authors of this study looked at Dig and blogs, and they said, let's vary the level of which influential, highly connected individuals or blogs are connected to others and express, I believe, X. And then the likelihood that any random person that you pull out of that graph would say, I think the majority of the people that I'm connected to believe X. And so to make it really simple, just look at this red triangle line right here. And this is a situation where 20% of the nodes are raising their hand saying, I believe X. So far less than a half, right? But if those are the most influential nodes all the way out there at the end, more than half of the nodes are going to look around and see a majority of their connections believing X. So you can imagine how this effect will snowball and affect opinions online. Now, there are many different kinds of connections that you can have in a social network. Some are very embedded positions, like this one on the left, and that's not a very high diversity sort of position. You're connected to people who are connected to each other. On the other hand, you have other things which are referred to as brokerage positions, where you are a person who's in the middle of disparate groups of people in the graph, right? So you're a conduit between, your friends in high school and people you know in college, and there's not a lot of connection in between them, for example. This then leads to interesting properties, especially around the diversity of the information that you're exposed to as a person in a high diversity location versus a low diversity location. By diversity, remember, this means, are you connected to people who are not connected to each other? And when you are a person who's not connected to people who are not connected, or who are connected to people who are not connected to each other, that's farther out on this x-axis, it is more likely that you are seeing diverse topics. So in other words, if you're in sort of a really embedded kind of position, you're likely to be in a very niche land of interests and discussions. And this is based on actually looking at the posts that are being shared and consumed by a person in that position on Twitter. The only difference is if you are a high effort individual, so you're a person who puts a lot of work into following your Twitter feed, you can actually be in a low diversity network position and still receive a very high diversity level of content. You can even then look at the kinds of things that people see when they are in these different kinds of positions and do something called topic modeling on those posts that people are seeing in those positions. And it turns out that when you're in high network diversity situations, you're usually seeing more general topics. When you're in low network diversity situations, you're seeing much more niche topics. And I imagine for a lot of people who are doing blogging, you're in the niche space, and that's not a bad thing. You've got people who really want to be hearing about that sort of niche level of information. But remember, they don't have a lot of cognitive capacity to pay attention to a lot of other stuff, so you got to stay on point. All right, in terms of effort, which came up with this diversity idea of receiving diverse information and so on, it also dramatically impacts your ability to consume content in a meaningful way. So this is a study that was looking at if you have people receiving tweets at a different rate of inflow, a certain number of tweets per hour, people do pretty good up until about 30 tweets per hour in terms of the probability that they'll retweet anything that they're sort of seeing in their feed. But after that, it kind of goes from a relatively straight line and it dives. And that's basically a person dealing with cognitive overload. There's just too much information coming at them, they can't keep up. This is also true in terms of the amount of time it takes them to respond to different tweets and so on. They start to just become unresponsive after about 100 tweets per hour, and then they need to back up to other things to manage that overload. If there's a lot of background information going on, so if there's a huge topic going on, it tends to limit the size of the information cascades that are going to share. And this is going on. Depending on Twitter, are going to be more personality, according to the Big Five personality approach. But then you can essays or personality. The way that they use are high or low scores. That then can be used scale of. You can also start measuring things like antisocial behavior. Hey, we know if we look, we were banned at some point, and a bunch of other people were not banned, right? We're going to go retrospect relevant content that algorithms to schools. It was. It'll give you an. So. Bespoke day with a happy dance, hashtag happy dance, by adding Smarty Pants. And hashtag happy dance was very popular within this overscheduled parent demographic. All right, so this is using a mixture of natural language processing and network analysis to solve real problems for real companies. And then when you do this, we found that we had greater conversions compared to a control group, and then we also had lower cost per conversion for this. So attention. Overload. And oh, maybe I should actually be enjoying the sunny day. So you really have to make sure you've got authentic original content that's incredibly compelling. That's the stuff that matters. I don't know how many blogs I've read where it's just like
the blooming experiences. Here we go. Did you get stuck in that curtain? No. of town. In Boston, they'll say like you to create live crowds, and they collaboration across. On top of all this, nothing. So we got across the company. So people that say, let's just roll it back. Ability to, what are we looking to get out of it? And it rolled back to what our marketing objectives are. Like everything that we're doing is trying to get more people to see Blue Man Group now. So that's number one. Number two, can we use everything that we do, our advertising and our social media, to elevate the way people think about Blue Man, that we are fresh and modern and creative. And number three is that word of mouth. If 40% of the people are seeing the show again, these guys are ambassadors, and what can we give them to share to let their friends know how much they love Blue Man Group? So we had this big decision making. We created a new process. We created a quicker way to get people to approve things. We got our creatives more up to speed about like, what are you actually writing for, and getting them really in tune with the way, they wanted production levels to be so high, and we're like, that's just not the expectations online. And we decided to focus on three big moments. It was just, this is the way it worked for us. It was just a filter for us to screen, what are we going to be working on? And I'm going to show you mostly all video today, because it's the end of the day, it would be more fun to watch, and video is harder for us, so I just thought it would be more challenging to show you the good stuff that we've done in video. So we decided to focus on three moments to create content. One was, and I'm sure you guys also think about this, and there's a million ways to talk about this and think about this, but this is the way that worked for us. So these cultural moments, can we sort of piggyback on interesting things that are happening, on big conversations that are happening in society? Second is organic moments. Are there things that just feel right to us and just resonate, and we just want to be talking about them? And three is opportunistic moments. Okay, this is, we need to be, social media is a tool, just like marketing or advertising or PR, to support things that are going on in the company anyway. And we had to say that there will be misses. Like, there was so much pressure for perfection and high production values, and nobody wanted to, take any risks. Just not going to hit it, have a long shot. It'll just go. What we everything in there for the next 12 months. So anything big, holidays, our sales trends, where we spend money, and so we meet every week to look at that calendar, and we circle things that we set, and we reset things that we're going to be working on. So it's a great check-in place for us, and we put our budget and our resources towards this, so we can look out and say, something big is happening, what should we be doing here? As well as we have our team always looking and seeing what's they're online all day like all of us, and they're like, well, what's happening right now? What should we talk about? What would be beneficial for us to talk about that's happening right now? So this was our first foray in this. This was like the first thing that we did under this new system. We saw that the iPhone was coming out. There was a date for it, and we realized, like, our show, if you've seen it, there's a ton about technology, and we knew that unboxing videos really resonated among people. And then there's that funny thing where you can't open up the box, where it's like vacuum packed, and we knew that the Blue Men could have a lot of fun with that. And so we felt like we could have a voice in this conversation before the iPhone came out.
So the guys, you see how we got around the idea of not having blue men in every video is that we just use their hands. And those are actually real blue men because there's a whole way of acting with your hands, apparently, that's really, really important. And this was pretty long. It was like a real battle to get this as short as it is now, because there were so many great parts that the people just couldn't, cut out. They just didn't, everything was so precious. And we had a hard time. We needed to get this out. Like, we needed to get it out quickly because there was a real date for the iPhone unveiling. But we had trouble getting this approved because the production levels weren't all the way up here, but we just could, come on, we gotta do it. And it was great because we got 900,000 views really quickly on YouTube and Facebook and a ton of engagement. So prior to this, the most engagement, the most views we got was like 10,000. So people were just completely blown away. Plus we got placement on like Business Insider and Gizmodo and Huffington Post. So it was really, really a big win for us. This was like the first time out. It was great. So along with having conversations, broad conversations, we also, and we talked about it this morning, this idea of having more targeted conversations, deeper conversations with a smaller niche audience. So Game of Thrones season 5 was coming up. We had a ton of Game of Thrones fans. And this was interesting because we'd seen that people had done great stuff with riffing on sort of the opening credits and the music. And we're all about music and we really want to show off our musical chops. So we thought, oh, here's a way for us to enter this conversation. So this was great, and the production values were so high. You could see we took a lot more care with it. I mean, music had to be written or composed, arranged, and performed. The lighting was really careful because we had to completely mimic the start of the show. But fans talk about the audiences we try to reach. We're trying to reach all those people who come to the show and love it and want to stay engaged, and those people are really important to us. But then, we're all about ticket sales, and we really need to reach the people that we think would be interested in Blue Man Group, but don't know about us yet. So connect with them on something that they're interested in, even if they don't know that much about Blue Man Group. So they watch this and they're like, huh, that was cool. They didn't really expect anything so thoughtful or amazing to come from characters that they don't even really know about or just know about superficially. And they'll share that with a friend because they're connecting with it about Game of Thrones rather than about it being about Blue Man Group. The next one is organic moments. So these are things that just matter to us and feel right. And they're important to our cause, our message, our community, and we hope they're successful and they resonate. So here in Orlando, our team here heard about this boy who it's a little complicated, so let me see if I can get this. Okay, he was born with no arm, and he was going to be getting a prosthetic arm from this group called Limitless. It's a group of students out of the University of Central Florida, and they're doing this they're these amazing guys. Okay, is that the thing? So they're these amazing groups. And hadn't spoken until he was 9 years old, and really related to the Blue Man characters, and had asked Limitless if he could have a Blue Man Group arm. And so we were, just amazed to hear about this. And at the same time, you probably saw the Robert Downey Jr. piece where he gave an Iron Man arm to a kid. So it was the same kind of thing, and we thought, wow, this would be a really amazing way we could make us giving him this arm a really incredible experience. So have Kleenex handy.
My name's Wes. I'm one of the Blue Men. Oh my God! It's really nice to meet you. It's really nice to meet you, buddy. This is where our video operator sits down. I think if you twist it, there you go. Yeah.
This is pretty cool.
You can see the Captain Crunch. You want to try some?
Sure.
They good?
Yeah, it tastes good.
Here's our funny Viking helmet. You want to put it on? You want to go up on stage and have a look?
Oh my God! It's a Blue Man! Hello! Hello, you guys! What's up, bros? High five! Cool! Thank you, you guys. My new robotic arm! Wow!
How do you like it?
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah? There you go. There you go.
Oh, you got my finger. Release me. Oh, thank you.
So, you could tell this was done, all in one day, really quickly. And we do have an amazing editor who took, hours and hours and, was able to edit it down to this. It was awesome because it got like 370,000 views really quickly. We got on the front pages of so many different publications, but, it also brought a ton of attention to UCF and Limitless and to the students who created that. So that's like something organic that just felt like the right thing to do for us. And then there's opportunistic, things that are supporting our marketing plans. So, just capitalizing on partnerships in PR and leveraging our relationship with other brands. So a really big priority for us this year and next is to grow our relevance by getting appearances on national TV shows. So that's like America's Got Talent, or being on the Today Show, or 2 weeks ago we were on a skit with Jimmy Fallon on the Tonight Show. So it's like really, really, really big for us to get into that. And so it's like, how do we support those? So this past summer, we were invited by NBC to be part of this new show called I Can Do That. That had all these celebrities like Joe Jonas and Nicole Scherzinger from the Pussycat Dolls and Sierra. And so, they had huge followings. So what we tried to do is to create something that could piggyback on their followers and create something that then they would, send out to them and sort of expand our reach and extend the shelf life of this appearance. So I'm going to play these, and I watched them last night, and they it's one of these things, like some are better than others, and they're sort of out of context, like at the time. And I'm sure you have this too when you look back at something. You're like, oh, when this thing happened, this was perfect. But you'll see there's 7 different ones. They're short, so they can play across all our channels.
Sierra.
Catch me in the mall, you know I buyed out G5 plane. Yeah, I flied out, on the back, look like that, sitting on 28. No, you can't get her if you ain't got plenty cake.
Okay. This was great for us. 20 million people saw us on the show because we appeared on 2 episodes. And we got supposedly $11 million in PR value from the media impressions that we got. But then these videos were shared by all the celebrities, and we got, you know, millions of people engaging with them online. So it was a really, really, really big win for us. But most importantly, this is where we actually started to see some ROI, because what happened is all this traffic through social started hitting our website. So and it's like if you get to our website, you're very likely to buy a ticket, right? Once we sort of get you, it's a good indicator that you're very interested in buying a ticket. And so our sales went up 130% over the month before. And since everybody that came into the website got put into our retargeting pool, sales continued to go up another 176% the next month. So it was super successful for us from a media standpoint, but also actually from a sales standpoint. So this was really great. Another opportunistic moment, so you have to have a staff that's just like nimble and quick and with it. And so our head of digital, Jen, heard online, does anybody know who the Vamps are? I didn't know who they were, but apparently they're a very, very, very big boy band from the UK. They have 5 million followers, and they were on Kelly and Michael 2 weeks ago.
Is available now. Here are the Vamps with Wake Up.
What are you guys going to do while you're in New York? Because you're here for a few days. What are you going to do while you're here?
We've actually got a day off, so we're going to do some touristy stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, visit where we
Ground Zero.
Go see the Blue Man Group as well.
Yeah.
Well, they're probably going to be sold out now you said that. Everybody.
That's right. Hey, listen.
So the Vamps say they want to go to Blue Man Group. We hear about this right away. Jen picks up the phone, gets through to their manager, and gets them to the Astor Place Theater, takes pictures and posts them. What was great is that there was like this funny, the Vamps loved their evening, but there was like this funny interaction between this lead singer and the Blue Man over there, and she sort of said, hey, what did you do to make the Blue Man make that face? And the band retweeted it, all their followers did, and we got like thousands of favorites from it. So it was this idea of thanking the Vamps for coming and then activating their fan base. So looking ahead, this process seems to be working. This committee of stakeholders, our streamlined process, getting people to approve things, quickly, letting people see that everything it can be like a high-low, that some things can be great and some things, could be quicker production values. And focusing for us on these 3 moments now. I mean, we could always use more resources, more people, but for now this strategy seems to be working, and everybody in the company is really energized about it. All the creatives now are seeing what works and what doesn't. I'm not showing you a couple of things that we did that didn't work, but it was pretty obvious to everybody, and we really did a debrief after them, so everybody who worked on them understood what didn't work, and we do a debrief after the good ones too, so everybody's like, oh, we just have to keep doing more of this and less of this. So one thing is that we happen to have shows in 3 cities that have, die-hard sports fans: New York, Boston, Chicago, and when their teams are winning, when they go into the playoffs, their cities just go wild. So is there a way that we can sort of jump on that passion, relate to their fans, without like competing with them, by supporting them? So that's something that we're going to be working on. We've got Mr. Met there. Something that's keeping our company really, really busy right now is we're opening up a new show at Luxor, Las Vegas. And Las Vegas is really, really, really tough for us, right? Because we can do everything, to catch people when they're, beforehand, when they're, getting their boarding pass, when they're looking for things to do in Vegas. We're all over that with search and display and trying to get into their social channels. But then, no one wants to make a plan before they hit the Strip. Like, you just want to, you don't know what Tuesday night's going to be like, right? So it's really, really hard for us because we're trying, and I was listening avidly to this sponsored social, like we've been doing it, but it's really hard for us because we don't know if it, everything else we do actually leads to a click that leads to a transaction, right? But people aren't buying their tickets that way in Vegas because there's a lot of places. There's like ticket brokers, and there's like a half-price ticket booth. There's a lot of ways to get tickets. So they might have been influenced by what they saw, but then they go buy at another place, and we can't link those up yet. People have talked about like a beacon technology where we could know if you walked into the theater if you'd been served ads. So that's something that we really need to work on. But we're excited. It's November 20th at Luxor. And then, what is everybody talking about? What's the most, this is, the biggest thing. And it's sort of like the iPhone 6, where there is a date for it that we know about. And, you can't get it yet, so people are just dying for content. And so, now that everyone's like so energized by, what's going on online and in social, we have a group that's working on, it's a really funny video about a stormtrooper who auditions to be in Blue Man Group. And it's, it'll give you, not only is it hysterical because the stormtrooper has to do everything, and I'm not sure if he makes it or not, but it also takes us through the casting process, which is very interesting. Like we go through 1,000 blue, people audition for us to get maybe 3, maybe 5 blue men out of that group, because there's just so many things. You have to be an actor, you have to be a drummer, you have to be an improv person. You have to be able to like communicate, just think about it just with your face, just with your eyes. And they have to be, it's nice for them to be a certain size and, athletic build. So it's really hard for us to find those people, and I don't know if a stormtrooper will cut it. So one more thing, a show of hands, like, are you more interested in seeing Blue Man Group now than you were this morning? Okay, awesome, okay. So now I get to be like Oprah. So if you reach under the table, under your table ahead of you, you'll have 2 tickets. We'd love to invite you to come to see Blue Man Group at Universal Orlando. So great. So that's, yeah. Oh wow, it's so good to be, so, just beforehand, so just some quick thank yous. I just want to thank IZEAFest. It's a real honor to be up here on this stage after all the amazing people who spoke here today. Number 2, I want to thank all my friends from Universal Orlando that are here today, like Colleen and Ola and Donna. I also want to thank our PR, Chase and Laura, just these amazing, amazing people who did this whole thing. But I also have sort of a shameless request, or not so shameless request, is that we're actually looking for a director of marketing to join us in New York City. And I thought I have this like amazing group of influencers out there. So either do you know someone who's interested? It's posted on our website under careers, or you can reach me at pharris@blueman.com. And thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Oh.
Did you guys have a good time today?
Yes, I'm gonna.
Did you get free stuff?
Yes.
Do you want to go to Disney tonight? All right, Veronique, bring us home.
Welcome home, guys. I hope you had a great day.
Welcome home.
Welcome home. I hope you had a great day. I know it was super informative. Please be sure to be here bright and early tomorrow. Last minute reminders. Buses will be leaving to and from Disney, Mears buses, at the front of the lobby to take you to Disney's Hollywood Studios for the big IZEA party. From 9:30 to 11:30 p.m. The park is ours. Basically, IZEA is taking over the party. Yep, the entrance to the party is at, let me see it, Tower of Terror. So make sure you're over there. Adult beverages will be provided at the party. Please drink responsibly. Do not tag those pictures, hashtag IZEAFest. Tag the nice ones, hashtag IZEAFest. I'm gonna have to yell at you tomorrow. And please eat something prior to your arrival. Thank you so much. It's been amazing having you. We'll see you tomorrow.